Jina ya Wi-Fi ni Camel Park VIP, and let me share the password. Munataka password hamtaki? Munataka password hamtaki? So the password is Camel Park, all in small letters.
Camel Park 1, eh?
Yes. Camel Park 1, Camel Park in small letters. Mumekuwa connected? Camel Park in small letters and a 1 at the end.
Mko sawa?
The second announcement, we have our restrooms. It's on the left. Ukipita tu hivi uende hapo utazama. That's where our washrooms are. So what's next?
Then after me connect to the Wi-Fi, tuko on social media platforms. Tuko on Twitter at Kenya Copyright Board. So I'll kindly request you to follow us. Then our today's hashtag is on your art. Faidika na Sanaa Yako. Faidika na Sanaa Yako, on your art. Eh?
Yes, so ni Faidika na Sanaa Yako, hashtag on your art. Please, nikisema Faidika na Sanaa Yako, mnasema hashtag on your art. Faidika na Sanaa Yako,
on your art.
Hashtag on your art. Faidika na Sanaa Yako,
hashtag on your art.
Faidika na Sanaa Yako,
hashtag on your art.
Yes.
Then, we are also on Facebook, Kenya Copyright Board. Then tuko pia TikTok, tunaitwa Kenya Copyright Board. Then lastly on Instagram, tunaitwa Kenya Copyright Board.
Yes.
So kindly follow us and tweet, retweet. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and please put the hashtag on your art. Sawa sawa?
Hey, na mchangamke kidogo. Ama Kisii huku hamjakula? You don't have energy. Shida iko wapi? Na naona most of you actually mko watu wa young.
Watachangamka tukisonga.
Okay.
Yes. So first of all, we'll start with the introductions from the creatives. So you just mention your name and utuambie kazi we ufanya. Kama we ni DJ, sema we ni DJ. Kama we ni photographer, unatuambia. Nianze east side ama east side? Hey, simuongee hawa.
Wanasema nataka tuanze hapa.
Haya,
Amjambo.
Hatujambo.
Jina naitwa Peter Isanda. Jina ya kazi ni Pinzan. So mimi ni msanii, naimba.
Thank you. Hi.
Kwa majina ni Mogere Brian Atandi. Hii ni Acom software for
the mic, the camera.
Okay, jina yenye unaweza nipata YouTube, FB ni 254 at Yobrakim. Thanks.
Dancer.
Dizenu?
Mzuri.
Kwa majina naitwa Janet James. Mimi ni writer na artist. Yeah. I draw, I paint, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so jina ingine ni Jano, just Jano.
Asante. Naona, how do you think? Mzuri. Hi. Kindly hold your mouth close to your mouth. Yeah, carry on.
Being artist.
Yes. Good.
Amesema anaitwa Ben, upcoming artist. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
I'm Samuel Makanda, an actor and a photographer.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Habari zenyu,
Salama.
mkoaje?
Fiti.
My name is Emily Kerubo. I'm an actor. Asante.
Good morning. My name is Edna Kwamboka Kenyatta. I'm a traditional dancer and I'm an actor. Morning. I'm Mary Kwamboka, actor, traditional dancer. Kwa TV inaitwa nini? Eta ya TV, Sogote Tabi.
Yes. Mic check. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning again.
Morning, sir.
Wakire.
Wakire.
Yeah.
Wakire.
My name is Java Sobutu. I'm a film director. I'm an actor. I'm also a script writer, among other things. I'm really happy to be here. I hope that you guys enjoy the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right.
Morning. Morning.
Morning.
I'm Kamau Vincent. I'm a writer, actor, and thank you very much.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Rebecca Nyasani. I'm a writer.
Hi, Arasa Frida, an actor.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Kerubo Gladys. I'm an actor and a cultural dancer.
Morning. Morning. Thank you. Morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jobo Chanda, photographer.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
Alois Mose, film producer, TV producer.
Thank you.
Yasibui, Charles Makori, graphic designer.
Hatujambo. Hatujambo. Thank you. Mzuri. Kindly check the microphone.
You?
Mzuri.
Wenye tunaingia, karibuni. Please have a seat. Karibuni sana.
Morning, sir. Thank you. Morning. Can you kindly ensure the mic is functioning? Kindly. Iko sawa?
Mi naitwa mi naitwa Dinox ama Yazid Classic, mi ni singer.
Yes, good morning.
Eric Mosoti, Danke Baji.
Morning.
Poleni for the microphones. There is a frequency issue, but the technicians are working on it. Kindly bear with us. Thank you. Morning. Salama. Good. Morning. Which program? Egesa. Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. We are fine. Fanta Tyson. Okay. Morning. Thank you. Morning. Good morning. Hi. Good morning. Good morning. Asanteni. Kuna mtu mwingine anaweza kuwa amebaki without introducing themselves? Okay, maybe to acknowledge the people from... Oh, okay, pole. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. Asante. So we want to move now to the people wenye wana stream this whole program, wenye wamekuwa na hizi cameras, the team that is seated there, they crafted arts. Maybe you could rise for us to know who you are. Crafted arts team. Yeah, that is the team. Asanteni sana. Then we also have a team that came from Nairobi kwa sababu ya kuja huku Kisii to do the training which is now the Kenya Copyright Board staff. So maybe I would kindly request them wakuje wasalimiane na labda waseme jina yao. Tafadhalini. Kenya Copyright.
Makofi wakikuja, tuwapigie makofi. Yes, tuchangamke.
Mike zimekuwa poa? Yeah. I think we can start from my right side. Kindly introduce.
Good morning. My name is Susan Tanui from Kenya Copyright Board.
God is good and all the time. Yes, my name is Mary Luvayo from Kenya Copyright Board. Thank you.
Amjambo, jina langu ni George Kiogora kutoka Kenya Copyright Board.
Good morning. My name is Bet Willie from Kenya Copyright Board.
Good morning. My name is Karani Kamadi and I'm from the Kenya Copyright Board and I'm glad to be in Kisii.
Hello. Peter Kibe, Kenya Copyright Board.
Good morning. Mutei Kadenya from Kenya Copyright Board.
Habari zenu. Emily Cheruyot, Kenya Copyright Board.
Good morning, good people. My name is George Njoroge from Kenya Copyright Board. Ama Kikobo. Tunajiita pia Kikobo.
Good morning. My name is Milka Madenge, Copyright.
Good morning. So Paul Kaindo is my name from the same place as the rest, Kekobo, Sandeni.
Good morning. I'm Geoffrey Kirkir from Kenya Copyright Board.
I'm Priscilla Kapketui, Kenya Copyright Board.
Hamjambo, Brian Mwendwa, Kenya Copyright Board.
Hamjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Ephraim Derito kutoka kwa halmashauri ya hakimiliki ya Kenya. Asante.
Good morning. I'm James Oluoch from Kenya Copyright Board.
Good morning. My name is Elijah Mwangi from Kikobo.
Habari zenyu? Mmekunywa chai? Bado mtakunywa. Emily Kaleche Kioko, Kenya Copyright Board.
Good morning, everyone. Habari zenyu? My name is John Karuri from Kenya Copyright Board. I'm glad to be here in Kisii.
Morning, everyone. Morning, watu wa Kisii. Yeah, we are glad to be here to exchange notes on how we can make money from our arts, isn't it? Majina yangu ni Keti Harusi. Faidika na Sanaa yako on your art.
Habari zenu? Naitwa Lucian Moe kutoka kwa bodi ya haki miliki. Please follow us on our social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram na TikTok. Please tweet as much as possible. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Adongo from Kenya Copyright Board.
Tuwapigie makofi tena. Thank you very much, staff from Kenya Copyright Board. We are so happy to have you around. I know probably you've not said hi to your neighbor. Please turn to your neighbor, mwambie hello. Turn to your neighbor, mwambie hello. Yes. Naona kuna venye mumeboeka kidogo. Information imenipata kuna mtu akona inaitwa Nyatiti. Where is he or she? Yes. Let us give him some minutes, few minutes to entertain, at least muchanja, si ndio? Mkaribisheni akija. Talanta, yeah? So how do we say hi in Kisii? Hi. Si waki, wakire. Mbiore. Hey, niko nje. Oh, mbiamuno. Hiyo ni saa? Oh, nice one. Unajua nimezoea. Hello. Yeah. Oh, yetu ni, how are you guys? How you doing? Yetu ni morega. Hapo kuna ingine hapa.
Pia kuna yetu ni mwamukata. Mmeamkaje? Mwamukata. Unajibu nesa. Mwamukata. Good. Tuko sawa?
So, Mr. Henry, kuna mtu ameingia tu sahi hajasalimiana. Unaona pale kona. The guy huyo mwenye anatani huko.
Akuja tusalimia.
Yes, that guy. Wewe mwenye unaniangalia, hujasalimiana. You need to say your name and what profession you are. Yeah.
Check.
Hello. Hi. Yes, Mr. Trouble, Mr. Sumbua pale YouTube, lakini kwa ID mnanipata kama Samuel Onserio Nyangaresi. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Kwa majina naitwa Victor Ongeri Aruya. Mimi ni mwigizaji, mimi ni comedian, mimi ni mwanamuziki.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Asifiwe tena. Kwa majina naitwa Timo Young ama Timo Buize. I'm a gospel artist from Kisii. Thank you.
Habari zenu. Majina naitwa Bernard Onyoni Danza.
Are we ready? Okay, take it out.
Check.
Mwalire kende ma. Mbanaba gusitore gai. Anya kubwata mugogongorera kobokoiga. Anya kwalire, anya kore moyo. Haya DJ, twende kazi. Bwato kigendekyo. Check. Yes, nipe sauti. Check. Waminto Atigozi omieke bandanga nyorana bagendi baito bakwanie baba bakwanie lyabo. Atigozi omieke bandanga nyora bagendi baito bakwanie baba bakwanie lyabo. Ominta bageni ndo tembu ya mole. Ominta bageni ndo tembu ya mole. Ayanguzi yenseyo mwando. Ayanguzi yenseyo mwando. Eiwenga bageni baito welcome. Eiwenga bageni baito welcome. Teli weto ya uzi tuachire nguma. Teli weto ya maana tuachire nguma. Semo yesemi nintu namba jeli. Semo yesemi nintu namba jeli. Semo yengo yosha pana ya itoni mbaroje. Semo yengo yosha pana ya itoni mbaroje. Baba kidia tongirema. Bolibwa babe kiyande. Ekeyando bolibwa baba. Bolibwa babe kiyande. Ekeyande baba motegera nyangwezo yacha yabulia. Yabulia nyangwezo yacha. Nyangwezo yacha yabulia. Yabulia baba motegera. Inge nyangwezo yarwabogera. Can you stand up kinege songo? Can you stand up ana? Can you stretch your legs? Kinege songo. Ominta bageni ndo tembu ya mulimu. Ayeni amawoyi ayeni amawoyi angina muiri ate ero no mogoko tunde laini moja tuteremuke hivi kiriri ato. Ominta bageni ndo tembu ya madiru osiere. Ominta bageni ndo tembu ya mulimu. Madiru wairi ate kegeni ndo tembu ya ke. Hai chini kwa chini abageni ndo tembu ya mure. Aito. ayeni amagogi ayeni amagogi wageni wetu kutoka copyright karibu kwetu tunawapenda karibu Kisii tuna matoke pamoja na avocado yani mpaka miwa impake bisukari banyina mwiriri ate banyina mwiriri ate benyo ichugutero biro biro ya ya ero no poco kombe benyo ichugutero biro ya majinga ya baba abageni baiton inuna bai baba abageni baiton baba nyino mwana baba izo mwana nae no muya kero nalengo mwana obenga kani wa baba kakani wa simba se kolia mara obe ni tamwe baba kolia mara inche ni tamwe kero naro mwana tata erante biam yaga jorisem disali sukoboina kero na ina ninem tata kanya mara tindigotigero babo mindo tindigotige kiririato Seito gusi intu twanya gotongita Seito gusi intu twanya gotongita Nalero saya yoki Nalero ingi weti Seito gusi intu twanya gotongita Seito gusi intu twanya gotongita Yanda muikaransa bageni ndoje mbuye muri Ngejera muagokira kopira izindo jembuye Mana muka ngumbu Kende sikeli rote Sasa teko na kuoka bageni Baitori moyo My DJ Chic
Can we give him a hearty clap? Thank you.
Hey Manze, he deserves better. Makofi, hey.
And now to the next bit, I'll kindly introduce Sharon Chahale, who is our Assistant Executive Director, Training and Research. She's also an advocate and an IP lawyer. Kindly clap to her as she comes to the stage.
Yes.
Karibu Madam Sharon.
Yes, niaje watu. Nataka kuwabariki na ngoma moja nasema ndendele nkoro. Si tusimame tu tafadhali. It's a gospel music. Tupige tu makofi pole pole jamani. Tupige tu makofi. Yes. Hey, wasanii tunafanyanga hivyo kweli. Sauti.
Asubuhi na mapema.
Twende tu makofi pole pole. Tusimameni jamani, tusimame. Twende nayo. DJ. Twende sasa, tuanze kutoka juu. DJ. Hiyo inasema ndendere nkoro vile chatangura ndendere nkoro atogore tipi chetangira Joyo, nataka tupige tu pole pole. Twende.
Ayo.
Hey.
This Timo Young again.
Joyo.
Asubuhi na mapema naweka goti langu chini, Baba Mungu mimi nakuomba. Walonicheka wananicheki nikikwea juu na bado mimi ninasonga. Ushukuriwe Mungu Maulana kwa yale yote umenitendea, na mwana moto wote na wakanda kwa jina lako nitapepea. Ushukuriwe Mungu Maulana kwa yale yote umenitendea, na mwana moto wote na wakanda kwa jina lako nitapepea. Sana nilifanya kawa mjanja janja, nilifanya mimi kwake nikawa danda danda, na dhambi zilifanya nikaranda randa, kwa Yesu niko sawa najigamba gamba. Umenicheza na randa, na mimi kwako nimerada, na kweli wewe niwe mwamba, na mimi kwako nimekwama najigamba. Umenicheza na randa, na mimi kwako nimerada, na kweli wewe niwe mwamba, na mimi kwako nimekwama najigamba. Dendere mkono vile chatangura, dendere mkono atagore tipi tangira, dendere mkono vile chatangura, dendere mkono atagore tipi tangira. Mbuaterere, tata mbuaterere, 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 tata mbuaterere. Sitaki niondoke kwako, niliwaze mimi niumie, nataka nibakie kwako, unishike unihurumie. Sitaki niondoke kwako, niliwaze mimi niumie, nataka nibakie kwako, unishike unihurumie. Najua ukinishika mkono baba, najua kwako nitatoboa, waliosonga kunitapatapa, najua mimi sitaogopa. Wanaoniteka, wanaonitenda, ona sasa wamebaki vinywa wazi. Wakunipenda, ukanibeba, ukanitoa chini toka kwa grasi. Wewe ni Alpha na Omega, they always do just like Omega. Wewe ni Alpha na Omega.
Nataka tu twende mara ya mwisho tafadhali. Makofi ya juu twende nayo.
Dendere mkono vile chatangura, dendere mkono dendere mkono vile chatangura, dendere mkono mbuaterere, tata mbuaterere, 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 tata mbuaterere. Kwa neno lako nitatamba, na nare one day on number, sibaki nyuma kama namba, na sifa zako mimi kweli nitaimba. Kwa neno lako nitatamba, na nare one day on number, sibaki nyuma kama namba, na sifa zako mimi kweli nitaimba.
May God bless you, may God bless you.
Wow, makofi. Ati nifunze hizo words, unasema aje hapo kwa chorus?
Kwa chorus inasema ndendere nkoro, yani Mungu anilindia moyo.
Ekoro. Basi sasa namuuliza wewe nini unasalimia nani, anasema no. Huko kwenye natoka salamu ni muhimu sana, salamu ni ya Mungu. Kwa hivyo nikiwasalimia mjibu, hamjambo nyote? Hamjambo wa Kisii wasanii? Salamu ni ya Mungu, hamjambo wa Kisii? Hamjambo wasanii? Bwana asifiwe. Asifiwe kandi. Mwesikia hiyo? Wow, we are very happy to be here. My name is Sharon Watsa. I'm the Deputy Director in charge of training and research. I am also an IP lawyer. We are very happy to be here as Kekobo. Kekobo is Kenya Copyright Board. Wangapi wamesikia Kenya Copyright Board before? In the room nione. Nimeona wasanii wenye wametusikia. Hamjasikia? Nyinyi waimbaji hamjasikia? Oh, by the way tuko na waimbaji wengi hapa, najua mtatutumbuiza as we go on. Ukiitwa uchangamke ukweli. Kenya Copyright Board is a state corporation that is created under the Copyright Act with the mandate ya kufanya administration and enforcement ya copyright. Tukiendelea, mwenzangu atawaambia what copyright is. But our work is to administer and enforce copyright in Kenya. That means kwamba we work on the law of the Copyright Act. We make sure that the relevant treaties, international treaties and laws are adopted in Kenya and signed and ratified and put in our law. We do training, like what we are doing here today, capacity building and training, public education. That is a big mandate that we do. Tunafanya copyright registration. So kama uko msanii wangu wa gospel ama mtu mwingine, you can register your song for copyright and you receive a copyright certificate. Yenye inasema wewe ndio mwenye hiyo wimbo. Ukienda kununua shamba unapewa nini? Unapewa? Hiyo ukikuwa na kazi yako ya usanii, unapewa title deed yako yenye inaitwa copyright registration certificate. We also supervise activities of CMOs. Pia mtaambiwa hiyo ni nini tukiendelea. We also do enforcement. Mtu akikuibia wimbo yako, unaweza kuja upige ripoti. We have a team of enforcement officers. They do investigations, they can do arrests, na hiyo kesi inaenda kotini. Sawa? Umeelewa kidogo? Yes, I need you to be responsive. Okay? You respond to me when we are talking. Easy lecture, this is a discussion. Faidika na Sanaa Yako, own your art is our tagline for this program. This program was born
Yes, habari zenu tena. So leo tumefurahi kufika hapa na yale matarajio yetu kama wasanii, tungependa kujua rights zetu sisi kama wasanii, na kuna wale ambao wako multi talented kama mimi for example. I really want to know my rights pia.
Good morning again. Hii meza ni mostly ni producers, so we want to know how we can cooperate our works. Plus, kulikuwa na swali like last week there's someone alichukua stream ya mtu akaenda ku stream, so we want to know how does kitu kama hiyo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Good morning once again. Still morning. Kisii is always morning. I think from the producer's perspective, people want to learn how to cooperate their work because with the digital, the opening of the digital space, almost everyone is on YouTube right now, and people are duplicating people's works and reproducing it. So we find it difficult to trace your work and earn from it. Again, we want to know because there's a thin line between the owner of the music, for example, between a producer and the writer of the music and the msanii mwenyewe. So you could at least educate most of us to know so that when I go, for example, to a studio to produce music, I don't come out again to claim that this music belongs to me. He can't use it. Yeah, such stuff. Thank you.
The difference between producer, composer, author, performer, ndio ajue rights zake.
Tulipea watu wa kofia wawili. I think you skipped that. My question is, we are two. Thank you very much. That aside, I want to know where do our rights start and where do they stop? Because power has to be checked. And number two, I think I'm emphasizing on what my colleague has said over there, that when people reuse content, for example, DJing, can it be categorized as different content or reused content? Number three, I think most creatives have issues with YouTube. For example, monetization can be an issue. I think watu wengi wamejaribu kumonetize channels zao but inakuwa issue, right? So as Kekobo, how do you come in? Thirdly, this was addressed by the president, I would assume. I'm not quite sure. You can clarify after. Other creatives earn from content. You realize there are people who are posting their content. It can be songs, it can be do it yourself or movies or stuff, but they are not benefiting directly. So how does Kekobo bridge so that people at the end of the day don't just post content and get followers without earning? Because most people have become professional beggars on TikTok, yet they have content. Lastly, still on TikTok, how do you regulate TikTok so that because TikTok vile imekuja pia affect creators. People want shorter videos and stuff. People do not even concentrate on watching 30-minute video. How do you make TikTok a more educative platform and a necessarily entertaining platform than it is? Isikue mia kila saa. Thank you so much.
Let me give other tables a chance and then we'll come back. Okay, I said, tell me your expectations of today. So what I want you to do is write down your questions, because we're going to have a robust question and answer where all your questions will be answered. Okay? Unatarajia nini? Your questions, shelve them for now so that we start. We don't stay here for too long. Anybody wants to share your expectation for today? Anybody? Going 1, 2, 3? I didn't see you introducing yourself.
I've just arrived. Yeah. Okay, good morning. My name is Yvonne Jacqueline. I'm a Kisii. I'm an actor, but ndio nimeingia juzi. So I'm here to learn. I want to learn more about the content creation and everything. So thank you for welcoming me.
She said she's a Kisii, just in case you doubt. Expectation. Unatarajia nini leo? Pause.
Yes. Hello everyone. Yes, naitwa T-Boy. Pia mimi niko hapa. Nataka kujua zaidi rights za msanii pia. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. T. Yes. Okay, kuna maneno.
He says that he's a photographer and videographer. So one of his expectations today, he wants to know what rights does he have as a photographer, as a videographer, what rights he have, what is he doing when he's increasing, when he's not. I will give him a coffee. Thank you. It is our hope that your questions will be answered as we go along. So we will have our trainers on copyright, what is copyright, the elements of copyright, the various rights that copyright gives you. We'll also talk a bit about monetization. Then also we'll talk a bit about financial management. Yeah. And so right now I'd like to invite our Deputy Director in charge of corporate services to make a few remarks. Our acting director is here. He's around, but he was held up a bit in a meeting. But he's going to come later and give his statement. But for now, let me invite Mr. Mutuku. DJ, utaki Mutuku akuje na wimbo? Ama wasanii wa wimbo za wasanii imeisha? Iko? Ukisikia tu ni yako, unasimama. Mimi sizijui. Ile playlist nilikupea. Hiyo ni ya nani? Nani alinipea hiyo? Kuja.
Tuchangamke kidogo. DJ anzisha. Bete nenerenda. Umugambi. Obwato bwanjani n'abantu. Kerayo watengo sangore. Obwati pride we kanyete. Nasa korende kanakobo. Tono ando. Akoro gateva. Umugambi tegantere. Obosanyo wawete chivesa. Ifanyie hivi kila mtu. Kioro kerero kyomonto muya tabwati ankoro yo kwegi meri nainde kero bakona maya na masese ni okweri geri obwato bwanchani n'abantu kerayo bwatengo sangore tabwati pride we kanyete nyasa korende kanakobo keroro monto muya olivo tangaza kerayo gokonya keroro monto muya nanyole mechando na wayo gokonywa kila mtu kioro kerero kyo monto muya tabwati enkoro yo kwegi meri nainde kero gokora maya na masisi ni okweri geri kerayo bwatengo sangore tobwati pride we kanyete nyasa korende kanakobo kate meti. Thank you.
Habari za asubuhi. Ama asubuhi imepita? Mko salama? Mashemeji, habari za asubuhi. Mko salama? Unajua all my cousins, female cousins, walitoroshwa wakaletwa Gusii land. So nyinyi ni mashemeji. Nyinyi ni? Na nina furaha kuwa hapa nyumbani. Najua nitaangaliwa vizuri. Si ndio? Kwa sababu mimi ni shemeji. And therefore by extension Kikobo is shemeji in Gusii land. So we are happy to be here today. And I think listening to your expectations matches what we are prepared for you. So my request to you is listen and listen keenly, and you will not regret, because utatoka hapa umebeba ya kutosha. I heard somebody say they are also here to network. That is equally important. Networking is the key to success. And therefore, ensure as you live here, you've known someone that you've met today, you've known what they do, and together you can do greater things together. It is important to network. But why are we here? I think essentially we are here for your own benefit. I think I've heard about questions around your rights as an artist. And that is important, very important to get to know, to get to understand, because then therefore, if you do not know what you are really doing as an artist, then there are limited chances of success. And therefore, as we are here today, there's something that is key. As you do your Sanaa, because we are talking of Sanaa, you need to ask yourself, why am I doing what I'm doing as an artist? Why am I doing what I do as a musician? Why am I doing what I do as an actor? I've heard many people speak of acting here. Why do I do it? What is the end to that which I do on a daily basis? The question here is, can that which I do put bread on my table? Can that which I do be able to support my family? Can that which I do be able to take me places, take me to an holiday? Can that which I do be able to take me care of me when I'm not well? Those are questions. If you are able to answer, then at that point in time, we can be able to say your heart has really worked for you, and therefore your preparedness, your knowledge, and your talent has enabled you to be where you want to be. And therefore, when you listen and you look at our program today, there are key things that we are focusing on. Basically, for you to understand the law, okay? Be able to understand the law. And then, therefore, once you understand the law, then you are able to apply that law, and that application of the law will definitely enable you to know when and how can I be able to make money. When and how can I be able to make money? Or is there anyone here who specializes in what they do for the mere purpose, for the sake of just enjoying themselves? How many here today do whatever they do for the pleasure of it? Ni wangapi? Just to enjoy, just to enjoy. How many here today do whatever they do for the sake of the pocket? Inua mkono, inua mkono. Perfect. So we do this so that you can earn an income. And therefore, the reason why you need to understand the law first, okay? And basically, after understanding the law, then you know how to make the money. But even more importantly, more imperative is how to spend that money, how to use that money that you've earned, how do you ensure that money can work for you. And that's why the other third element of our training here today is basically to ensure that you can be able to spend your money in a wise way, okay? And so therefore, listen keenly and understand those three aspects as you leave this place. Understand the law, understand how you can make money, but equally understand how you can be able to spend that money for your generation, the current generation and future generations. And therefore, as I summarize, this is important. As you do that business of yours, which is your Sanaa, then you need to look at it as a legal entity, separate from yourself, and therefore you will respect it. Kwa hivyo kuna pesa ya biashara na kuna pesa yako ya kibinafsi. And all those you will pick as the training goes on. So I'm saying in simple terms, you need to do this. Decide that I'm doing Sanaa, and ensure as you decide, you plan for it. So you have a plan that you work with, okay? And therefore, act on that plan in a persistent manner. Be persistent in what you do. Use technology to your benefit, okay? And manage your finances and manage them in a prudent manner, okay? And finally, you work with others. As our friend told us that they need to network. Networking is important, but equally important is you need to be disciplined in what you do. And therefore, when all that is put together, success will be yours. Kwa hivyo, mashemeji, tuko pamoja, tusikize vizuri, tutafaidi sisi wote. Na washukuru wote na nina furaha kuwa hapa. Asante sana. Sharon, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fred. So, people, before I introduce the next speaker, I have a joke. I have a joke. Nipasue. So, what did 20 do when it was hungry? 28. That is 8. Kaujapata imeenda. Okay, another one. Why are mountains so funny? You know why? Because they are hilarious. Hill areas. Amcheki kwani. This is our too. So, ladies and gents, as we continue, I remind you of our social media handles. So, tweet on X, Facebook, and Instagram, Copyright Board. Pia tuko TikTok, Kenya Copyright Board, YouTube, Kenya Copyright Board. So, let's continue tweeting and retweeting. Faidika na Sanaa Yako. #onya@ Faidika na Sanaa Yako. Tukitoka hapa lazima hiyo iko imeingia hapa. Faidika na Sanaa Yako. Thank you very much. So I want to welcome our next speaker. So his name is Mr. Paul Kaindo. Mr. Paul Kaindo is our Assistant Executive Director, Legal and Technical Affairs in Kenya Copyright Board. He's also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He's a lawyer and he has taught in several institutions. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Paul Kaindo. Kamziki hapo.
Thank you, Neddy. You have decorated me so much. I now feel very proud. You are doing at the MC Henry, who I don't see around. There you are. You stole my notebook. So nikikwama utakuja kunisaidia hapa. Of course, you have been told about the hashtag, right? So nikisema Faidika na Sanaa Yako, you repeat it as loud as you can. Faidika na Sanaa Yako. The last time, Faidika na Sanaa Yako. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Don't take my notebook. It is now mine. Okay. So I will not introduce myself again. I think I've been introduced. Sijai kuwa introduced that much. I feel so energized. Thank you, Neddy. So I'll just jump directly to my presentation. Na nimesikiza watu wengi wameulizwa what is their expectation. I've heard them actually indicating their expectation, which actually aligns with our today's training here. So of course, you have had what is called, sorry, I think I'll use, sorry. Okay, good. So of course, you cannot talk about copyright before, first of all, understanding what is intellectual property rights. And the reason is, copyright is part of intellectual property. It is one of the intellectual property rights which falls under that. And there are two broad categories which I'm going to discuss shortly. So the first question you should ask yourself is, what is intellectual property? Intellectual property inamaanisha nini? Na unaona jina property hapo, inamaanisha ati ni mali kama yoyote. Na Madam Sharon hapa amemention akawaambia, ukiwa na shamba uko na title deed. Hiyo shamba ni tangible property because you can see it. But then kuna properties zingine zenye si tangible. They are intangible in nature. Hiyo kitu umekalia, it's a tangible property. Gari, tangible property. But there are other creations of the mind which you cannot necessarily touch. Huwezi guza, but they have value in themselves. Hizo tizo tunaita intellectual property. They are intangible creations of the mind. Na katiba ina recognize that as a right belonging to the person who creates that right. And there are two broad categories. We have what we call industrial property, and then we have copyright. So intellectual property, hizo mali nimekwambia ziko divided into two. we have the industrial property and copyright. What is industrial property? Don't mind the wording. There's so much wording there, but I think it can actually help. Now, industrial property relates to industry and commerce. So, hizo ni vitu zenye zinatumia, they are technical inventions, if I would use that word, that are used in industry and commerce. And there are different types. This list is not exhaustive. There are different types of industrial property. We have trademarks. Trademarks ni zile logos zina identify a product or a service as belonging to a particular person or a particular company or a particular service provider. For example, ukiangalia hiyo maji uko nayo, iko na trademark ya Camel Park. So ukienda uipate somewhere, you'll know that your product imetoka kwa Camel Park. So it is that, think of like Coca-Cola, the most famous Coca-Cola. Ukiona product, hata kama si soda, hata kama ni t-shirt imeandikwa Coca-Cola, you'll know that identifies with Coca-Cola. Of course, unaona logo ya Kekobo on the t-shirts that we are wearing. It tells you that the people who are offering that training service is Kekobo. That is trademarks. Hata kama nyinyi wasanii pia mnakuanga na trademarks. I've had a lot of people wenye wanatumia stage names. You can protect that as a trademark, identifying your work as belonging to you. Na inafaa uzi protect. Nakumbuka story ya Willis Raburu, the trademark he had registered, which is Bazoo, and he made a lot of money out of it when it was infringed by one of the telecommunications companies. Then we have patents. Patents protect inventions. These are new solutions to technical problems. Ukitengeneza kitu something that is new that solves a technical problem and it is industrially applicable or commercially applicable, then it is protected under patent. So hiyo ni kitu mpya yenye haijai exist. So usikuja kuniambia unataka kupatent wimbo yako. That does not apply like that. You don't patent a song, and I'll show you what you can do with such kind of creations. So patents protect the technical protections, technical problems which you have invented and they have not existed before. Industrial designs protect the look and feel of the product. For example, naona ile shape ya, for example, I'll just use a simple example. Angalia ile shape ya Lexus, the vehicle Lexus. That shape, that design would actually be protected under industrial design. Look at the water bottle that you have. It could be unique from others. So if it is unique, it would actually be protected under industrial design. So industrial design protects the look and the feel, how something is designed. It is protected under that. And then we have geographical indications. Geographical indication protects, it protects something because it has a unique character that is as a result of the place where it comes from. For example, mshaisikia kuna Kenyan coffee, Ethiopian coffee. Ethiopian coffee inakuanga na taste fulani because of the environment, at the soil, at the climate in that particular region. That is why inakuanga na a unique taste. I understand hapa kuna kuanga na soapstone. Hiyo jina derito nilisahau. Ilikuwa tabaka. Yes. That soapstone comes from tabaka. Ukicarve a carving na hiyo soapstone, it may not actually come out exactly as it would come where somebody in Ukambani would actually use the soapstone from that particular region. So it could potentially have a unique feature that makes the carvings come out in a particular way. That would potentially be protected under what we call geographical indications. Things of, there is the wine, there are products that have a unique taste. I think I've already said that. They would actually be protected by copyright. Trade secrets protect the confidential information that has commercial value. So like, for example, we have the recipe for Coca-Cola that is protected under trade secrets. That was industrial property. Then we have copyright. Unlike industrial property that protects, that deals or relates to industrial or commercially applicable things, copyright relates to creations of the mind, original creations of the mind. It would actually include things like literary works, musical works, audiovisual works such as films, artistic works like those carvings we are talking about at broadcast. When you look at the Copyright Act, it lists all those items that are protected under copyright. What copyright gives you, and I've heard somebody saying that he wants to find out what rights does copyright give you. Copyright grants you that exclusive right to exploit or to use that work in exclusion of others. And we are going to look at the rights shortly. So ukikuwa na copyright ya kazi yako, inamaanisha ni wewe tu utaweza i-commercialize, ni wewe tu utaweza itumia. You are the only one who can do what? You can reproduce or authorize that reproduction. Hakuna mtu mwingine ataweza fanya hivyo. I know in your mind you are thinking about that aspect that was said, who owns the rights between an author, producer, and a performer, but we are going to look at that shortly. So what you get are exclusive rights, rights that allow you to be the only person who uses that particular creation in exclusion of all others, and you can license or authorize another person to do that. Of course, we get the power to use the legal framework is based under the Constitution, and then we have the Copyright Act, and then we have the mother of copyright laws, which is we call the Berne Convention. Tumesema copyright protects your creations, but those creations must be fixed. There is something we call the idea expression dichotomy. It means copyright protect the expressed idea. So protect idea yako ikiwa kwa akili yako. So lazima ufanye nini? Uifix. Lazima uirecord. Lazima utengeneze, you write it up and put it in a fixed form. That is the only time it is protected. This reminds me that recently there is a friend of mine who called me and told me, I have an idea and I want to protect it before it goes out. And I had to tell him, you cannot protect what is in your mind. You have to express it first. So it is protected. Ukisha itoa kule. Ukienda kwa studio utengeneze ngoma. Hiyo ngoma ukisha itoa dio iko protected. Sasa hii ukinipatia story uniambie unafikiria kutoa wimbo ya venye Kekobo alikuja Kisii wakatrain about copyright, that is an idea. But ukisha tengeneza wimbo, ukirecord, that is when it is protected. And remember, being the idea doesn't prevent somebody else making a song on the same theme, as long as they don't copy yours. So for the works to be protected, they must be original, meaning lazima isikue copied. Don't copy that work for it to qualify for copyright protection. It must be fixed. It could be in a digital format or in some other format for it to qualify for protection. What are the works that are eligible for copyright protection? We have things like sculptures, photographs, ukichukua picha, that is protected under copyright. Literary works, vitu kama vitabu, even if you write, when you talk about books, blogs, lyrics, computer programs, ukiandika kitu, then you just save it in your computer. That is protected. It is sufficient fixation. Bora tu iko somewhere it can be seen and it can be read. That qualifies as protection under copyright law. Musical works, that is easy. You create music, that qualifies as a copyright work. Sound recording ni ukitengeneza kitu kama hizi vitu zinakuanga kwa skiza. There are jokes. Kama hiyo Nedi ametuambia, akirecord hiyo, that would be a sound recording. Dramatic works, these are things like choreography, dance moves. This was a new addition in the 2019 law. They are protected under copyright. Then broadcast protects the signal itself. Remember, there is the broadcast and there is the content. Kuna audiovisual content yenye inakuwa broadcast. Those are two copyright works. There is the audiovisual work that is being broadcast, and then there is the broadcast, which is the signal. And that was why for me, I always feel that broadcast is more of a related right than a copyright. Who owns copyright? Now that we know what is copyright, you have created that music. You have gone to umeandika hiyo music, umekuwa studio, mtu amekuwekea beats, producer amekutolea wimbo. Who owns the copyright? Under the copyright law, we always say that the first person who creates the work, by creating, ladies and gentlemen, I mean fixing. The first person who fixes that work is the one who owns the copyright. In this sense, assume that umeenda kwa studio, uko na ngoma yako iko kwa kichwa, hujaiandika mahali. Umeenda studio, umepata producer, then producer ako na mashini zake, anakurecord. So he's the one who is fixing. So without if there is no agreement, the person who essentially would own the copyright in that music would be the producer, because he's the one who has fixed. That is the general rule, that the person who fixes or creates that copyright work is the person who owns the copyright. However, there could be some agreements that deviate from that, because I know people go to the studio, you enter into an agreement with the producer. That is a commissioned work. What if you are employed, unafanya job mahali na unalipwa kila mwezi na kazi yako ni kutengeneza content? Who owns the content that you create as an employee? The person who owns that content is the employer. As long as you are using his time, you are being paid every month, and you are using his resources to create that work within the hours of work, then that copyright you create belongs to the employer. Then commissioned work is, for example, we have creative PR here. We have entered into a contract. We are going to pay them, but then they are creating content. Who would own that contract? The general rule is that they would, because they are fixing. So that is why you say subject to a contract. So ideally, if for commissioned work, a person who commissions the other person to create a work is the one who essentially owns that work. That would be the general rule. So ukienda mahali umeitwa mahali kwa wedding, umepatiwa kazi, you have been commissioned to create a work, then essentially the person who pays you is the one who owns the copyright in it. Unless, and that is what I'm saying, depends with the contract. Unless you have a contract that states otherwise. That is very, very important, because you have seen people who have been commissioned to create content na wamesema hiyo copyright ni yao, ama wamejaribu kuregister that copyright. It will depend with the contract, but essentially belongs to that other person who actually asked you who gave you that work. Copyright, the role at the intellectual property is very simple. And the idea is kuensure wewe umetengeneza kazi ama umetengeneza invention in terms of industrial property, that umerecoup, you have gained from your invention or your creation, but then you have to balance with the public interest. At the end of the day, the public has to benefit from your work. So you are given the right, exclusive right, kutumia hiyo kazi for a limited period of time. When it comes to copyright, it is 50 years after the end of the year in which you died, the general rule, particularly if it is literary work, music work, artistic works, 50 years after the end of the year in which you die. Who benefits after you die? Your dependents or your heirs, depending on whether you, of course, it has to go through the normal succession route. If it is audiovisual and photographs, the same, 50 years from the date of creation. There is a proposed amendment because it is not clear why separate the two. So it is being proposed that we have audiovisual and photographs fall under the copyright being 50 years after the end of the year in which the author dies. Sound recording 50 years after the end of the year in which it was recording was made, broadcast the same way. Once copyright may expire, 50 years imeisha, that work goes back to what we call public domain. It becomes free for use. Idea mentioned that in the US, the term of protection is 70 years. And recently, January this year, some copyright works I'm giving you so that you can actually use that content that is in public domain. Contents that the US that have fallen under public domain. You used to watch cartoon kalikuwa kanaitwa Popeye. Popeye is now in public domain. You can use it in your music. You can create a derivative work out of it. Na hakuna mtu atakuuliza. Winnie the Pooh. People who are as old as me know wanajua hiyo Winnie the Pooh. Chances are you guys don't know. Mickey Mouse mnaisikianga too. We used to watch. It was a serious cartoon during our time when we were growing, when I was your age. Now, so you can use that in your if you tengeneza muziki utaweza tumia. There are a lot of works that are fallen in public domain. So public domain means that the copyright term has expired. If it hasn't expired, please ensure that you get the authority to use that to use that work, because you risk being prosecuted. There are different rights under copyright, and I'm moving this very fast, and I hope after I finish, Aaron will come in and probably fill in what I may have left out. There are several rights that you have under copyright. We have what we call economic rights. Economic rights ni hizi rights zenye utaweza tengeneza pesa nazo. Hizi rights are what are provided there. They are the right to reproduce, wewe uko na ruhusa ya kutengeneza copies of your work. And this reproduction also falls under digital reproduction. Nikikutumia wimbo yangu kwa WhatsApp, utumie mtu mwingine, that is a reproduction. Essentially, mimi ni yeye inafaa nikuwe na ruhusa ya kukuruhusu you reproduce or make copies of work or share that particular work. Right to distribute, like I've said, or to share. Right to perform that work. Kama tumeona watu wameperform, I hope hizo wimbo zilikuwa zao, because if they are not, then you ought to get permission to perform those songs. Right to translate. That is the right to maybe translate from one language to another language. You have a Kisii song, you want to translate it into Kiswahili or English. It is you, the author, who has the right to authorize that translation. At least when I say authorize, means you can license. You can ask somebody to do that right, and they pay you. Publicly perform, communicate to the public. You're the only person who can communicate to the public, making available either by way of sale, hire, or lease. So you are the only person who can actually sell that or authorize another person to do that through an agreement. Different from that is what we call moral rights. Moral rights are paternal in nature. Ni rights zenye uko nazo because you are the creator of that right. Okay, hata hizo zingine you have those rights, but remember hizo zingine utaweza transfer. Like for example, the right to be credited, the right to be identified as the author. Hiyo kitu huwezi patiana. There is no time itaisha kusemekane ukiandika song na uproduce hiyo song na ni yako. Hakuna, there is no other person who produced it. So it is, you have the right to be credited as the author, or to use a pseudonym, which is a stage name, or to publish the work anonymously. Right to object to false attribution. Wewe ukitengeneza wimbo ama ukitengeneza content, utaweza ukiona inatumika mahali utaki itumike. Like for example, if you are Christian, you don't like things like beer, you may actually object to your song being used to advertise beer or alcoholic drinks. So those are moral rights, and they are not transferable. Hizo huwezi user, unlike economic rights. Easy ways user, but you can do what? You can give them up. You can simply say you are not going to exercise it as a choice. But for economic rights, you can sell them, or you can transfer through commercialization. So when you talk about economic rights, they can be sold, they can be bought, or they can pass at the testamentary process. Ukikufa utaweza achia wajukuu wako ama the rest. Allow me to also mention about territoriality. Copyright is territorial. Generally, intellectual property is territorial. Territorial in the nature that each country has its own laws that govern intellectual property. So what happens if your copyright is infringed in another country? That other country, as long as it has copyright laws, you can enforce your rights in that other country, as long as that other country is a member state of kuna statute. Remember the Berne Convention, which I mentioned, which has member states. As long as a country is a member state of that particular Berne Convention, then kazi yako ikinifrijiwa Uganda, ikinifrijiwa Tanzania, you cannot use the Kenyan law, because copyright is territorial. Wewe utaenda Tanzania, ushtaki kazi yako imeibiwa, then they will follow the Tanzanian law. There is territoriality. And then there is the national treatment principle. Ukienda huko inafaa utritiwe kama wewe ni huko, hata kama wewe si huko, your work treated as if it is from that particular country. So utatumia sheria za huko na hutaambiwa. For example, if you go to the US, kazi yako ina-infringiwa US. Remember, copyright term of protection in Kenya ni 50. If you're enforcing, I'm just using this as an example. When the US, where the term of protection is 70, you'll be treated. They are going to use that standard of 70, not 50, because they are going to use the laws. Of course, something people raise a lot is that kazi yao inaibiwa sana. It is being infringed a lot. Infringement inamaanisha mtu anatumia those rights that you have. Mtu anafanya hizo rights without your authorization. For example, wewe tu utaweza translate your Kisii song to Kiswahili or English. Mtu amechukua hiyo wimbo yako, ametranslate na hajakuuliza. That is an infringement. Mtu amechukua wimbo yako, ameweka kwa YouTube na hajakuuliza, hujampatia idhini. That is an infringement. So basically it is doing any of the rights you have as a right holder without the authority of the copyright owner. That person has infringed. And the remedies could either be civil remedies or criminal remedies. So you can take them to court, issue them with a demand, ask them to pay you for the damages that you may have in relation to that. There is something at this point, though I think I'll have time towards the end. There is something called takedown. Somebody mentioned that, said, what would happen if kwa TikTok, ameweka kwa YouTube, ameweka kwa other platforms na hujampatia. Ukienda kwa Copyright Act, and most of these platforms zinakuanga na what we call a takedown process. So what you do, una inform the platform that kuna mtu fulani, what they'll do, watacommunicate na huyo, wamwambie atoe. Sipotoa, then within 48 hours, hiyo kazi yako inafaa ikue pulled down. So ukiona mtu ameweka kazi yako kwa YouTube, what you do, you go to YouTube, there is, you can Google even, you just go copy claim. There is a form, then you, kuna mtu ame-infringe, you provide whatever details they ask, then wataambiwa. Then within 48 hours, that content should have been brought out. YouTube is usually very fast. They bring it down very fast. Then there are also criminal penalties. If it is criminal, utakuja the Kenya Copyright Board, you can report. Then there is going to be a process of investigations. Now, from there, ukionekana there is real infringement, then somebody may be prosecuted. The distinction is, ukienda criminal route, just jua utapata pesa. Because this person will either be fined or jailed. So hakuna pesa inakuja kwako, fine inaenda kwa serikali. But if it is civil, you can ask the court to ask this person to compensate you for the loss that you may have suffered. So it is always good to know how to enforce your right. Be strategic. And sometimes si lazima you actually report an infringement. There are infringements which actually work for your benefit. Kuna mtu alitoa wimbo kitambo, haijaijulikana. Mtu mwingine atoa wimbo a dance kidogo hapo kwa TikTok, and then that song hits. So you'll know whether do you go for them or do you allow it to hit, because there are other ways you can make money other than having it posted in those platforms. So it is always good to know when can you enforce your rights. So I've said that there are rights that you have, and remember, a person must get your authority to use those, to use your work under that. However, there are instances when a person does not need to get your permission. When you look at the Copyright Act, kuna vitu tunaitanga exemptions and limitations. Hizi ni muhimu sana kwa watu wana produce content, particularly audiovisual, but not necessarily audiovisual. All kinds of content. Utaweza tumia kazi ya mtu mwingine under those particular circumstances. That is what we call fair dealing. For purposes of, ikiwa unatumia kazi for purposes of scientific research, wewe ni mwanasayansi, unataka kufanya research, and you are using somebody else's work, you don't need to get permission. Private use, ikiwa uko na wimbo, uko na film, unaona kwako kwa nyumba, together probably with your close friends and relatives, that is not an infringement. Natumia content kwa gari yangu private, nikienda job naweka hapo nasikiza, that is not an infringement, because it is private use. Criticism, unatumia probably a literary work, ama mtu ametoa muziki, then kuna ka YouTube pale, ka YouTube channel, you are criticizing or reviewing that work, that is not an infringement, falls under the exemptions and limitations. That is review and criticism. Weka content pale, okay, mtu ametoa content mzuri, wimbo mzuri, but then you want to criticize or to review. Then you have seen a lot of people doing that. Then you would fall under fair dealing. Parody, you have seen watu wakitoa parodies, Rico Modi, there is another guy called Paddy, they do that to fall under that. Pastured caricature, so falls under fair dealing. Judicial proceedings, kitumia, for example, mimi kama wakili nichukue kitabu ya mtu, nitumie kama authority in that proceeding, I have not infringed. Ukichukua proceedings za kotini zenye zimetengenezwa na judge, ureproduce, you have not infringed. The other one is inclusion in an audiovisual work of a work that is in a public place. I've seen this happening. I think we have mediated at least 2 cases involving that. Mtu ametoa wimbo, kuna a visual artist, akona drawing, particularly in Nairobi streets, you have seen paintings, very huge paintings on walls. Ameweka painting yake pale. Mimi nikitoa ngoma yangu nakuja pale kwa street, nikishoot video yangu, your painting appears in my audiovisual work. If it is in a public place, it is not the focus. It is not the focus of the film. Then it is not an infringement. It falls under exemptions and limitations. Mtu akichukua kitabu, then he is reciting that particular work, reproduce something, an extract of a literary work, accompanied by sufficient acknowledgement. For example, nikiwa na kitabu hapa na as long as si yote, the parts of it, as long as ni acknowledge the person who has created that work, that is not an infringement. For people who are computer programs, if remember, computer programs are protected under literary works. So produce or make copies of a computer program for purposes of correcting errors, for purposes of making a backup, or for purposes of testing whether that program is suitable for the purpose you want to use it for, then you have not made an infringement. And remember, this is a copy, not copies. There is no reason why you should make so many copies just to test. So if you are using for purpose, then it will not be an infringement. Educational use, if it is being used in an educational institution, which is defined under the laws of Kenya, then that institution has not infringed. Libraries and archives, library ama archive ama museum, it can reproduce copyright work for purposes of archiving. Purposes of archiving, not selling or doing other things, then they would actually fall under the exemptions and limitations. Easy exemptions are very, very important for content creators. Know that when you are using content, what are your limitations? Up to what point, somebody asked, where do your rights end? You can use, but it must fall within these exemptions and limitations. Otherwise, they extend beyond that, then you'll be taken to have infringed that particular content. Of course, there is something we call copyright registration. Remember, under the Berne Convention, I said that copyright subsists once you create the work. Copyright registration is voluntary. Si lazima uregister kazi yako. Unlike industrial property vitu kama patents ama trademarks, una rights until you register. Your trade ama your stage name unatumia, you register, then you don't have rights. I can take that stage name of yours na niitumie na kinipeleka kotini nitakopi. You don't have rights, you haven't registered. That is for trademarks. Industrial designs, you get rights by registration. Unlike copyright, you get rights by creation. By creation. Ikiwa uko na logo, you may create kama an artistic work. It is protected, or a literary work, ama musical work. Once ukifix, uko na rights. So you don't need to register. However, there are benefits of registration. Very important benefits. For example, ukienda kotini, kuna dispute. The first thing that court will ask is, who owns that copyright? If you have registered, you have a copyright registration, then you stand a chance of proving, that proves that you own that right. So you always encourage people to register their work as a means of enforcement. It has probative value. That is the one you are going to produce to court, kuonyesha koti that hiyo kazi ni yako. Ukienda mahali kama YouTube, and there is an infringement, mtu ame strike down your content juu wanasema content si yako, the first thing YouTube will ask you, where is the evidence that you own this right? So you may register, you just produce that copyright certificate as evidence of ownership of that work. Ukienda somewhere like, which example do I use? Netflix. Unataka kuuza your film kwa Netflix. Kitu ya kwanza Netflix watakuuliza, hiyo kazi ni yako. Where is the evidence that that work is yours? So that evidence, you can only get it through registration. So it is not a must, but it carries a lot of benefits with it. It is very easy. You have been told, we have one of our colleagues, Mr. Jeroge. He's seated there. You can wave or start. If you have your work you want to register, see him. He will guide you. And for now, I believe they are not charging. Not so sure, but he will tell you. He will tell you. But if you have 100 shillings, you'll be able to register. But I don't think they are charging now because we are here, I think. So keep inviting us so much. So he'll take you through that process. I'll move very fast because I know time may... I'll skip this one because there is my colleague who should actually be on his way coming somewhere. He's called Mr. Karani. He will take you through commercialization. But there are different ways of commercializing your work. one being assignment, licenses. Licenses kuna exclusive na assignment ni kuuza, unauzia mtu mwingine. That is an assignment. And once you assign, then you must do it through a written contract that highlights your rights, what you have assigned. Have you assigned all your rights? Have you just assigned some of the rights? I've seen contracts and I've seen complaints where somebody anaambiwa content yako itaweza wekwa kwa skiza. So unasign contract which assign for up to 6 years. So that means umeuza hiyo kazi yako. You can opt to license. License can be exclusive or non-exclusive. Exclusive meaning umelicense huyo mtu mwingine afanye kitu fulani na kazi yako na wewe hutafanya hiyo kitu. Like for example, you license Netflix to show your film. An exclusive license means wewe mwenyewe ama mtu mwingine hataonyesha hiyo film. Ni Netflix peke yake wataonyesha. If it is non-exclusive means utaweza waruhusu waonyeshe, but wakuruhusu pia wewe uonyeshe ama ulicense mtu mwingine kuonyesha. So ukienter into those contracts, be clear and know what exactly you want. Unataka kuwaambia wafanye kazi yote, wewe hutafanya kitu. They can do everything. Or do you want to leave an opportunity for you to also license that work? Then monetizing, I think those ones Karani will talk about, but I want to jump into collective management organization, which is another way of commercializing your work. There are different ways of commercializing your work, one being through collective management organizations. Umesikia CMOs, I'm sure. I'll talk briefly about what they are. There are some instances when huwezi license kila mtu. Like for example, kama you have an audiovisual work or a sound recording, musical work, unataka itumike. Kama kuna matatu wanatumia hizo songs, it is very difficult kwako kwenda kwa kila matatu kuangalia, unakaa unasikiza kama watacheza wimbo yako, wakicheza unaambia aha, mnilipe kwa hiyo wimbo umecheza. Haya, unatoka, you don't know whether they are going to play again the of the day. Unaenda kwa matatu ingine, unakaa unangoja usikie kama utasikia wimbo. It is very difficult to do that, including hotels and other establishments. So what happens is those creatives wanakuja pamoja, wana create an organization yenye unaita collective management organization, which now collectively manages those rights on their behalf. So venye wanafanya, wanaenda kwa hizo mahoteli, wanaenda kwa hizo vinyozi, wanaenda kwa matatu, wana collect the license fees on your behalf, alafu hiyo pesa unapatiwa. Haya, those organizations, they are member driven. These organizations ni zenu, ni za wasanii. Those people, the members, they're the ones who created, and they elect the leadership, and they create the rules. Ideally, they're supposed to collect and distribute. That is the rationale, to ensure that those places you cannot individually license, they are licensed as a group, collectively. So I've said they are constituted by members themselves, and they are managed by the board of directors through members themselves. They are supposed to license and supervise. They are supposed to be licensed and supervised by the Kenya Copyright Board. Do you know a license na in our supervise? Currently, of course, you know kuna kesi mingi kotini, so we are hoping things will add up. Protecting your work online, watu wengi wamesema they use their work, or they commercialize, or they use their work online these days. Siku hizi hatuna cassettes ama CDs, they do it online. So there are different ways in which you can protect your work online. One is to use what we call digital rights management. Digital rights management means you put things like watermarks or things that show that work is yours. For example, ukiweka hii kazi hapo, nilisahau kuweka logo yetu. Otherwise, that logo for Kekobo would be a DRM. It is a digital rights management that identifies that work as being mine. So for example, it is an audiovisual work. Utaweza weka logo yako pale ama jina yako pale with your contacts, meaning any person who wants to get in touch with you for licensing purposes, akona contact ya kucontact. The US, UK, EU, they are very keen with that. So if you want your work to be licensed there, it is always good to use these DRMs. Put your logo, put your name, put your contact details. It helps. The other way is you can use watermarks, licensing, have contracts that specifically provide for the rights as clear as possible to ensure that people know what they are, you want them to get. Watermark, you can watermark. I've seen a lot of photographs which have watermarks. It is one of the ways you can protect. I've seen most of the photos that are online have watermarks. It is a way of ensuring that that work is protected. I've talked about takedown notice. Takedown notice is if somebody is using, anatumia kazi yako online, you can issue what we call a takedown notice. Ukienda kwa section 35B of the Copyright Act, it may provide you a process. Una issue a takedown notice that must meet some certain conditions. Una serve, then they are supposed to pull down that work within 48 hours. It is very important for usiweke kazi mtandaoni alafu unanyamaza ugoje watu wakuambia hey, kuna mtu ametoa wimbo. You need to monitor your work to determine who is using your work. Are they using within the rights that you have allowed? And we have what we offer a service which we call mediation. So ukiwa na disputes, and we have mediated a lot of disputes between, we do understand that young right holders may not have the money to hire a lawyer. So wanakuja kwetu wanatuambia tuna dispute hapa, tusaidie ku resolve. So we'll call both parties. We are not going to charge you. That is how good we are. So allow me to invite Karani as he comes. Okay, good. So good. Thank you so much. Sorry for taking so much time, but I've tried talking a lot very fast. Thank you.
Can you appreciate him more? Makofi. Thanks, Sanaa, Bana Paul, for that quite an informative session. Tumesema Faidika na Sako, Faidika na Sanaa yako, how do you answer? Yeah, then naambiwa wenye wako na maswali, you kindly write down, and then we'll have people who will answer to those questions. Then just to echo what has been said, there's a copyright registration that is happening that is being handled by Willie Bet. Maybe you can show your hand where you are. Yeah, that is Mr. Bet, and also Kibe. Where is Kibe? So Bet will handle that. But in the meantime, mnaweza login, you create your account through nrr.copyright.go.ke. From there, mtakuwa mnaweza do your registration. But in case of any challenge, you talk to the experts. Nedi, kindly. So maswali mtatupatia mimi na Nedi. Then from here, I think the second best session is about to begin. You are going to have the tea break. Then which you are going to give you 30 minutes. I can see it's 11:58, so we'll reconverge here at 12:30. Exactly.
Hi everyone. Are we still here? Did you pick something? So I want us to write down any questions that came while you're listening, and then you give these two right on the paper so that when our panel comes, they can deal with exactly what you need to know, okay? So we are going to do a tea break. The lawyers in the room, hello? Tea break? Musangarire. We're going to do a tea break. Please, can we do 20 minutes? Is that okay? 20 minutes. Let's do 20 minutes. In the meantime, kama uko na maswali, please write. And then you'll give this to your papers. Then they'll be answered when we come back. Let us pray for the tea. Father, we thank you for providing something to nourish our bodies. Would you sanctify it as we take it? In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Enjoy your tea and come back at 20 past midday, please.
Asubuhi na mapema naweka goti langu chini, Baba Mungu mimi nakuomba. Walonicheka wananicheki nikikwea juu na bado mimi ninasonga. Ushukuriwe Mungu Maulana kwa yale yote umenitendea, na mwana watu wote na wakana kwa jina lako nitapepea. Ushukuriwe Mungu Maulana kwa yale yote umenitendea, na mwana watu wote na wakana kwa jina lako nitapepea. Sana nilifanya nikawa mjanja janja, alifanya mimi kwake nikawa danda danda, dhambi zilifanya nikananda nanda, kwa Yesu niko sawa najigamba gamba. Umenicheza na randa, na mimi kwako nimerada, na kweli wewe niwe mwamba, na mimi kwako nimekwama na jina.
Property. There are two main branches actually. There is the branch that is known as industrial property, and there's the other branch that is known as copyright. So industrial property refers to form of patents, which basically protects technological inventions, scientific inventions, and other kinds of inventions. And then trademarks protects names of organizations, of businesses. Basically, trademarks protect the commercial origin of a product. That means that when you hear about a trademark, then you associate that product with a certain entity or with a certain group. For example, an example of a trademark is, for example, Vaseline. So when you hear of Vaseline, you know it is a product like a petroleum jelly or that kind of thing. And then the other branch of the other type of industrial property is the industrial design. And industrial designs, basically, they protect the look and feel of products. So you may have something like this watch that I'm wearing. It has a particular look, a particular design. So that design is protected by industrial property.
Copyright is part of intellectual property. It is the legal rules that protect your creativity. But this only refers to works in the artistic realm. You have works in the musical realm, literary, artistic works, even software. They are created, they are protected by copyright.
Those rights include, for example, the right of reproduction. This means that the copyright holder is the only person who has the right to make copies or to reproduce their work. For example, if it's a book, they're the only ones who can make copies of that book. And then the other one is the right of fixation. This means making it into a tangible format. So it is only the copyright holder who can, have that copyright work fixed in a tangible format. For example, recording it. The original recording can only be done by the copyright holder. Like now, if it's a song that the copyright holder wants to record, that initial recording is what is known as fixation, and they're the ones who have that right. The other right is the right of distribution. Distribution simply refers to the distribution, like the physical copies of the work. For example, if it's a movie that is in form of a DVD, so the physical distribution in form of sales, rental, and leases, but it has to be a physical kind of distribution. The other one is the right to public performance. That means that as a copyright holder, you have the right to publicly perform your work. For example, as a singer or as a performer, you have the right to go on stage and sing and perform publicly so that people can see you and people can hear you. Those are some of the rights. And then when we talk of literary and artistic works, it is not just limited to literary and artistic works. There are many other categories of works that can be protected. And this include, when we talk of literary works, we talk of works that are written down, for example, books, computer software, movies, and all that. Then we talk of musical works. These are the works, for example, the musical notes, the musical notations that compose the musical compositions, basically. And then when we talk about sound recordings, this basically, as the term is, it just refers to the recording of the musical works. It may be not necessarily a musical work, it could even be a spoken word, but it's as long as it's recorded, then that is it is referred to as a sound recording. And then the other ones are artistic works. This include works such as paintings, carvings, and other forms of sculpture, as well as drawings and illustrations, even maps and sketches, those kinds of things. And then when we talk about broadcasts are also a form of copyright works. And the other one is audiovisual works. Audiovisual works refer to, films, movies, those ones that can be seen and heard at the same time. So those are the major categories of copyright works that we have.
When someone talks about copyright protection, what do they mean? Generally, it just means that the law has given you some right, yeah? And what right is that the law gives you? The right the law gives you is called, there are two kind of rights. You have economic rights that the law gives you. Basically, the law is saying if you're the artist, if you're the creator of this thing, then you have the right to control how that thing is used, where it is used, and by who. And that right, you could give it out for free or people could pay for it. So copyright gives you economic rights. Economic right means you have the right to control distribution of your work. If I have music CDs, the distribution of that work should be in my control. Copyright also gives you right of reproduction. CDs or books, and somebody wants to reproduce many copies of it, they would need to ask for my permission. The other right that copyright gives you, which is economic, it is called communication to the public. I have a song, for example, and I take it to a TV or radio station. I need to ask for your permission or pay for that. It gives you is public performance. If, for example, to sing somebody's songs, then I will need to ask for them. Again, if you want somebody's work in terms of sell it, hire it, learn it, adapt it, translate it, or even import it, then that right is reserved for the copyright owner. Now, the other right I said is called moral right. Basically, moral right is the right for you to claim ownership to something. So that if I have taken a photograph, I have a right to claim ownership to it. If I've written a book, I have a right to claim ownership to it. Moral right also allows me to object from my work being used in a manner I don't want. If, for example, I'm a gospel artist and I've sung a song, I have a right to object that it not be used in a pornographic movie. The other moral right that copyright gives me is called the to anonymity or pseudonymity. What does that mean? That means that, for example, if I want to write a book anonymously because maybe of the sensitive material in the book, then I have a right to do that. I can publish anonymously or use a pseudonym. For example, in Europe, a long time ago, women were not allowed to publish, and so you found that women would put male names. You have read the book Karen Blixen, Out of Africa by Karen Blixen. She initially used to write under a male name because women were not allowed to publish and to write. So the moral right copyright gives you also is to use a pseudonym. For the musicians and artists who have what they call stage names, that can be your pseudonym, and you're allowed even to publish your works and produce your works under that pseudonym or stage name.
When copyright works can be used without the authorization of the author or the owner, because as I said, the copyright, the rights that I talked about, the right of distribution, the right of reproduction, and all those other rights, they belong to the author. But then there are instances when a third party, any of those uses without getting the permission of the author. And this is what I usually known as the exceptions and limitations. There are some cases when the law allows this. And for example, one of the reasons is, for educational purposes, whereby you have to maybe record a video, maybe a broadcast, so that you can, as a teacher, you can, teach it to your learners in class. So that one is one of the exceptions, for educational purposes. Another exception could be when you want to quote, maybe you are just having a thesis, you are writing your research and you need to quote a previous author, so you can quote for that purpose. Another exception is also when you're talking or pastiche, whereby you kind of make fun of a previously produced work or a previous copy work. So some of those uses do not require the permission of the author, but it is important to know that if you're doing that, you just need to acknowledge who the author is clearly and expressly, so that people or outsiders or third parties do not think that you are the copyright holder.
Now, the other benefit you can get from your copyright work is by doing registration. What is registration? Basically, registration is just going to register your work and get a certificate for it. What are the benefits? One is that it is easy to prove ownership once you have done registration. Whenever a dispute arises, it will be very easy for you to give out your copyright certificate and prove ownership. But also in developed nations, people use copyright certificates as collateral to get loans from. If, for example, John went to a bank to get a loan, you bet he would be given because he's a big publisher and they're able to earn enough money. So in developed nations, copyright registration helps you to get a certificate which you can use as collateral to get a facility like a loan. Now, copyright does not protect ideas merely. It protects your expression of that idea. An idea of a love story. The idea must move from my head into a writing, eventually into a book or a journal or an article. This is called the idea expression dichotomy. Copyright does not protect mere ideas, but it protects expressions of theirs.
Yo. Cool. Siku siku cool. Cool kila siku siku cool. Cool kila siku siku cool. Kila siku siku cool. Kila siku siku.
Lil Mkuu is a Gengetone artist based in Italy and has a huge fan. He wants to add a new song to his collection because his last track was a hit. Cliff is a songwriter. He writes Gengetone tracks, but he isn't a performer. It's a production studio. He creates and mixes tracks for different musicians and songwriters.
Yaje Salima.
Lipi?
Tuko. Ile track yetu imebamba mafans. Sasa nataka kuamaliza na ingine.
Timing. Meet Cliff. Cliff amepen ngoma itaweza na touch yako. Hebu jaribu kuspit.
Wallahi tena.
Yo. Cheza kama wewe.
Yes.
Cool. Kila siku siku cool. Cool kila siku siku cool.
The final music is created by 3 different parties. Cliff, who wrote and composed the music, owns the copyright and moral rights to the song. Lil Mkuu, who rapped on the song, owns performance, and Salima, who produced the track, owns recording rights. Together, the 3 of them share related rights, meaning one can't exploit any of their rights without involving the other party. The 3 of them must agree on share the royalties anytime the music makes money and sign a contract in that regard. Whenever Salima gives the track to a radio station to play, she gives them broadcasting rights. They have the right to broadcast the music. Salima can also upload their music to different apps like Boomplay, TikTok, and Spotify, and she can also have an agreement with CMOs to distribute the music and collect royalties on their behalf. When royalties are paid out, they should be shared by Lil Mkuu, Salima, and Cliff in the percentage that they discussed, again, because of their related rights. If the track is played anywhere without their permission, the user can be sued for infringement of copyright and be forced to pay a hefty sum if the matter goes to court.
So I'm here to talk about contracts in relation to copyright specifically. And as a copyright holder, you work within the confines of the law, so that in case of any breach, law can be there to protect you. So the best way to do this is by signing what we call contracts. Contract is an agreement between 2 or more parties in simple terms. So the contract will help you creative work or service and help to give clarity to the rights and obligations of the parties, because the contract will be there to define what obligations and rights you have. So a contract may either be written or it may be verbal. But when it comes to intellectual property, particularly copyright works, it is advisable that you have contracts, written contracts, because they will help you to deal with infringement. So oral written, but in copyright we expect it to be, we advise that be in writing. For a copyright, for a contract to be valid and enforceable by law, there requirements that the contract must meet. They are the essential. So the first one is that it is to the contract must have capacity to enter into the contract. It means that they should be capable to enter into a contract within the meaning of the law. For example, a minor or a person below the age of 18 that lacks to enter into a contract. A person who have a mental incapacity, capacity to enter into contract. However, there are some exemptions that relates to capacity. The second very important element of a contract is that there must be an offer. This offer comes from the offerer, and it moves to the offeree. That offer again must be a legal offer and must be accepted by the offeree. So the offer and then the offer must be accepted. So we always say that there is no specific obligation for a party to accept an offer. We have freedom of contracting. Once an offer is given, you have the right to either reject it or to accept the offer as it is, or negotiate on the terms. So offer and acceptance has to be there. The third very important element is that there has to be a consideration. Consideration in a legal sense is that you must promise to do something in exchange to what is being promised in the offer. In most of the cases, a consideration is usually money, but not all times that a consideration will be money. It could be a promise to do something in exchange to that particular offer. The fourth element of a contract is that there must be a meeting of the mind. The parties must be clear on what they are dealing with. So if there is a mistake, if one party means the other party means the other thing, then there is no meeting of the word. No meeting of the mind, and potentially that contract lacks the meeting. Therefore, it is not a valid contract, or maybe void or voidable depending on the circumstances. The fifth important element is that the objectives of the contract or the purpose of the contract must be legal. It must be within the law. The sixth element of a contract is that the contract must be capable of being performed. So whatever you are promising, whatever both parties are, must be capable of being performed. You must be able to perform what you are promising. Again, I'll give a very simple example. You cannot do a contract that you are going to make a musical that will make congregants or a particular person to go to heaven. No, it's impossible for you to promise a person that they'll go to heaven. That contract is impossible. You are not able to deliver that particular. You may create that particular copyright work, but then copyright work may not be what takes this particular person to heaven. It is impossible to perform that particular contract. So now you know what the contract entails. What are the elements of the contract? What are the things that you should look out for when you are entering into a contract? What are included in that particular contract? Of course, you must have a description of the parties. The description must have clear names, clear official names of both parties, their national IDs. We advise that be included. And during this technologically advanced period, it is important that you include email address. Very few people, if any, use the postal addresses. Email address is important. So the second thing is that you must clearly describe the rights and properties under what are the rights that the contract is dealing with. What are the rights that are being transferred from one party to the other, or what are the rights that are being licensed? It has to be very clear. Are you transferring or licensing the right to licensing the right to publish the work? Are you providing the right to reproduce? So the right, that right must be described, and you must describe what are the limits. You must also provide, are they exclusive Are they exclusive or are they non-exclusive rights? The third important thing that must be included in the contract is you must include the responsibilities and obligations, the rights of the parties to the contract. What are the obligations of each of the party to the contract? It must be clear in terms of wording and clarity. Then consideration as the number 4, that you must ensure that it is in the contract. You must describe what is the consideration that is being provided. If it is money, how is that money going to be paid in bits? Is it a lump sum? If it is license fee, it is royalties, how is it going to be paid? That be very clear. Leave no room for guesswork in this particular contract, because that is what brings problems. So you may also include what we call a confidentiality clause with the nature of the work that you are dealing with. This confidentiality clause provides for if there's secret, if there is information that is regarded as confidential, you may provide that shall not be disclosed. And what happens if either of the parties discloses that without the consent? It is also very important to consider including a clause that provides for amendments. How do you deal with amendments in your relationship? So within the time of the contract, it is important because things change. You may want to amend the contract. How or what is the procedure of amending contract? That, ladies and gentlemen, should actually be included. Then warranties and indemnity clause. These are is the consequences. You may provide for the concept of any of the terms. Term may be a warranty or a condition. Of course, it does not terminate the contract. Potentially terminate the contracts. So it is important for you to provide for what happens in case there is a breach of a warranty or a condition or any other term that is provided in the contract. That is number 7, I believe. So if we move to number 8, it is to provide for a termination clause. Most people leave these out. It is a very important clause. Provide for if either party wants to terminate the contract, what is the procedure and what is the effect of termination. A party intends to terminate before the end of the period that you have entered into the contract. Dispute resolution clause. That is a very, very important. Dispute resolution clause will provide for how do you resolve any of the disputes under the contract. If it relates to the interpretation of a term in the contract, or if one party breaches the contract, how do you deal with that? Do you go to court or go for alternative dispute resolution? Our advice is you opt for alternative dispute resolution because it is. So you may include what we call a mediation clause. And mediation clause is the process, and the easiest process to go through just 1 hour, as opposed to court where you can be in court for years. So consider including a mediation clause, and the Kenya Corporate will have samples where you could borrow the mediation to come up with a resolution on your own by industry, an expert of choice. So alternative dispute resolution clause is very, very included in your agreement. The other thing, because of the potential of using the work across borders, because of the technical advancement that we are under now, it is potentially possible to use our work, license work across borders. It happens. It is important for you to include a clause that provides for which law is applicable. Could be the Kenyan law that is applicable, the Ugandan law, whatever law, both of you as parties, that will be applicable in your relationship. The other thing is the term and duration. The duration of contract is again very important. If you are seeing your work for a particular purpose, it is important for you to say licensing for a particular period of time. So negotiate that period of time, and whether it is 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 1 month, 1 week, and of course the territory within that work can be used. And lastly is something that that shows that you have read and understood the contract. You sign the contract. The signature is what acknowledges not only read the contract, you have understood the contract. Once you have signed a contract, that contract becomes binding upon both of you. You cannot go to court and say you did not intend to sign. Once you sign a contract, it is presumed that you have read and understood. That is, before you sign a contract, once you are given a contract, consult a lawyer. Let the lawyer read through the contract with you. Let him explain to you getting yourself into, and let him explain to you your obligations and the obligations of the party. Now, at the Kenya Copyright Board, we do offer these services for free to the Kenya Copyright Board, and we have experienced legal counsels who will sit with you, read contract, explain to you clause by clause what exactly you are contract. And they can also advise of issues of where you can negotiate if you wish to. And also, of course, the decision on how to sign the contract is on you. So you have a lawyer has actually explained to you. It is up to you to decide whether to sign. So you can always consult the Kenya Copyright Board, who will advise you further on issues of that. And lastly, very lastly, we do offer mediation for free in case there is a dispute. Thank you so very much.
You have complete copyright work and need to share it in a way that pays you. How can you share and from your copyright? Let's use the analogy of a house to explain this better. Let's say your creative work is a house and you want to make money from this. There are two ways to go about it. One, this means that you steal a house. However, different people can pay you rent to live in the house. Different period of copyright, we will refer to this licensing. Licensing means that in exchange for money, you give permission for your work to be used for a certain duration of time. As an artist, a magazine can request to use pictures of your art for a certain month. You are allowing a magazine company to reproduce or distribute your work for a specific period of time. This means that you still own the paintings and can license them to as many parties as you need, as long as you don't go against any of the licensing contracts you have signed before for the same painting. Both parties should sign a licensing agreement to clearly state under which the publishing company can license your work. Remember our house? The second way to make money from your house would be to sell it. In the copyright world, we will refer to this as assignment. Assignment means that you are handing over ownership of your creative work. Using our previous example of an artist, when she enters an assignment agreement with a party, they now have some or all selling rights to her painting. They can distribute and reproduce her paintings as per the terms of the contract. The only rights she retains in such a transaction are moral rights, which is the right for the original work to be credited to the creator and the right to pseudonymity or anonymity. Again, a proper contract checked by a lawyer should be in place for such an agreement. Exemptions to this apply when work is fair dealing. Fair dealing generally refers to exemptions where copyright claims don't apply, such as when the work is being shared for non-commercial use or is for private use. For example, looking at said painting with your friends. When the work is translated or reinterpreted for persons with disability. For example, creating an audio recording of a book for accessibility by blind people. When the work is being reviewed. When the work appears in news reports, provided that the creator is properly credited in line with his or her moral rights. When a parody has been created of the original work. When the work is subject to a judicial proceeding or court case. When the work is situated in a public place, for example, having a painting as a mural on a public building which everyone can see. When the work is being recited in public, as long as there is sufficient acknowledgement and no commercial exploitation of the same. All in all, the main aspect to sharing work is seeking permission. You need to ask for permission before sharing other people's work, and they need to ask you for permission before they
So, umecome up na content yako na umeiregister. Piganji. Kama written work yako ika stages za kumalasia, kasoma, movie unaweza watch, art inaweza wekwa kwa exhibition, unaweza sikiza. Copyright yako inakuwa lau kusambaa kwa organizations, kuipa fee, kuzidisplay kwa gallery ya art, kugeuza acting zako za jokes ikwe movie hatari, ama za mbuku yako. Unaweza piga distribution ya content yako hapo kwa digital platforms ka Spotify na Boomplay, ikifika kwa Doba, Viusasa, YouTube, Showmax ama Netflix, ikikam kwa Mavida na Movies, Amazon na Digital Library itakam through vifiti na manovel. Unaweza waima kampu permission ya kushare content yako by kuwamekwa sign document inaitwa Digital Distribution License. Uko pia na right ya kuingiza maziwa kutoka kwa kila sale ama download ya content yako. Lakini hiyo yote itadepend na agreement utasign, so make sure umesoma terms na conditions ukiwa rada kabla ujengane permission ya kushare content yako. Make sure lawyer amepitia contract yako kabla usign. Unaweza pia approach Kenya Copyright Board wa kuadvise juu wao pia wako na legal officers. Ukisha sign agreement na wao, automatically wanakuwa digital distribution rights holder, kumaanisha hawezi wapeleka koti kuu juu ya issues za copyright unless kama wameviolate agreement yako during gidha imestatiwa kwa hiyo paper mmesign. Pia wewe lazima uheshimu rights kadhaa before uintroduce zako, na examples ni kama ulimake IP yako as a result of kuandika wasee job. For example, kama umehire band kutengeneza ngoma ama umehire crew kushoot vida, make sure umesign agreement inaitwa work for hire ndio uon kazi yoyote umelipia legally. Ukideal na audio na vida, kuna a set of rights involved zinaitwa image rights. Hiyo inamaanisha msee amekupea permission kutumia sura yake ama voice yake kwa content yako. Actor atanid kukupea permission ya kutumia sura yake na voice yake kwa vida yako kabla uidistribute. Kuget hiyo permission, lazima wasign kitu inaitwa model release form. The same way una own IP yako, pia wao wana own rights za sura na voice zao, na unaweza ingia kwa noma usipo respect your right. Kuna pia location agreements zenye zina confirm the content yako kwa zabe fulani. Ni kama kupewa permission kushoot video yako pia KICC. Make sure umesign contract na mwenye ama manager wake ndio au illegal, uko na right ya kuang'orea hadi wazidondwe kutoka kwa hizo platform. All in all, uko na the final say na control ya vile udo kutoka kwa copyright yako. Make sure umetumia channels proper na umesign the right agreements so that ujiprotect from kufinyiliwa.
As a corporate holder, it is your responsibility to protect your copyright to the best of your ability. The same way a homeowner will protect their home with a fence and gate, you should protect your copyright by making sure you have registered it with the Kenya Copyright Board. Though when it comes to copyright, it's not a must to register, but as a copyright inspector, it's always advisable that you register your work with us, so that when it comes to my work, it's going to be much easier. When it comes to copyright infringement, it's when someone uses or exploits your copyright without your permission. That is, the person has infringed on your copyright. And some of the popular examples of copyright infringement that we investigate as copyright are DSTV ambassador. This is broadcast piracy, whereby you find people they are infringing DSTV. That is the sambaza. For Kiswahili, that is when you're at home and you don't want to pay the subscription fee. That is that instead of paying, you get a broker or a guy who will bring the sambaza. Another example is photocopying whole books and novels. And this is whereby when a corporate holder, his book or his novel is being photocopied by a pirater. And this is whereby if you go to town, you'll find photocopying, and a person who copies the novel is to be able to sell it instead of using the publishers who are the rightful owners through maybe a contract that they have come up with from the copyright. There's also the banning of movies and music, though as of now, it's been taken over by technology. These days, we're not getting cases of guys banning movies. What we're getting is you get a flash disk, you go to a movie shop, and the movie owner or the movie shop attendant just downloads into your flash disk. So it's what I can say is it's kind of challenging for us when it comes to that. But as Kenya Corporate Board, we are dealing with it. And there's a distribution of e-newspapers on WhatsApp and other digital platforms. What we investigate is you find that, like Nation Media, you find that before the story breaks, not the story, before the newspaper is distributed by the media in the morning, you find that somebody has already distributed through WhatsApp, and what he does is that he sells. So that's also a popular copyright infringement that you're investigating. Others is printing other people's artwork on T-shirts or merchandise for commercial purposes. When your copyright has been infringed on, the first thing you should do is report to the Kenya Corporate Board. You can do this either by calling our hotline, that is 0703885033, or you can write an email to info@copyright.go.ke, or you can visit our offices, whereby you're going to be directed to the investigations department, and we will write down or record your complaint. As a rights owner, you can pursue criminal or civil remedies against the infringer. How do you do that? Once you come to our office, that is where you've opted for criminal remedy. We will investigate the offense committed and hand over the file to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, who will then prosecute the case on your behalf. This means that the public prosecutor will be in charge of the proceedings that are going to take place at the court. And that is what you call the dual process. And he's going to argue a case, and if the court finds in your favor, the perpetrator, that is the infringer in this case, will be jailed or ordered to pay a fine. So sometimes they can be jailed and fined at the same time. And it's good to note that in a criminal case, fines are paid to the court and not to an individual. Another way is you can pursue a civil remedy, where you'll be required to institute the case against the perpetrator. You may engage a private lawyer to represent you, and if the court finds it in your favor, it may order the perpetrator to pay you damages, reasonable royalties, etc. It may also order an injunction against the perpetrator. And an unpillar Orders can also be granted by the court to help you collect and secure evidence from the perpetrator if you suspect that the perpetrator may hide or destroy such evidence. And one thing I can say is that as a copyright holder, you can still do both, as in you can still lodge a civil suit, a civil matter, and at the same time a criminal matter. Sometimes you can find that copyright holders fear doing the civil suit. No, don't fear. You can still do both of them. That is criminal and civil. And there are times whereby you find that once you've made a report to the Kenya Corporate Board and the infringer has been arrested, sometimes you find the individual wants to at least sit down with you and talk it out. So the Kenya Corporate Board, we also have an alternative dispute resolution options which we offer, and they are mainly mediation, and which provides for out-of-court settlement. But this is subject to the willingness of both parties, after which an agreement on the outcome is signed by both parties. There's also the option of taking your dispute to the copyright tribunal. However, the tribunal is currently limited to handling disputes arising from registration of copyright.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, guys. Hello. Thank you for coming back. I don't know kama wenye wako nje wananisikia. Let us come back to the venue. So we are back in the second session for the day, and which is probably the last one. Before nianze, kindly take your phone. I know everyone has a phone. Please take your phone. So please follow us on all our social media handles. Ziko hapa, ndio hizi zinasonga hapa. Yes, so IG, that is Instagram, Facebook, X, Kenya Copyright Board, Twitter, Twitter, yeah, X, Kenya Copyright Board, TikTok, Kenya Copyright Board, retweet, tweet, hashtag own your art. Faidika na Sanaa, hashtag own your art. So please take your phones, follow us, na msisahau kututag pia. So, and then we continue reminding you about copyright registration. If you are an author, an artist, photographer, filmmaker, then tuko na author, yes, you can register with us and get a copyright certificate as you are, so that you can get that certificate that assures ownership. Let me introduce the guys when you consult, just in case you want to register your work. Kibe and Bets, please. Yes, so taka to register your work. Please come, please come. Yes, if you want to register your work, you can consult with Kibe. This is Kibe. And then we have Bets. Sawa sawa, tuko pamoja? Are we together? So, as I've said, we are back to the second session, which is the final session for the day. Kwanza, how was tea? How was tea? How was tea? Ilikuwa fiti? Okay. And then there is another announcement. So, for example, uko na kazi yako, let's say else like aka decide kuchukua, aka claim ni yake. We have copyright inspectors in the house. You can submit the complaint to them na watakusaidia. Wako ile kona pale, kwa ile table pale. Yes, Madam Kaleche, watakusaidia. So, let me now introduce our next speaker. His name is Soniking Karani. He's a training officer. So, first of all, how many types of economy do you know? We have blue economy. Gani ingine? Green economy. Okay. Blue economy, it deals with maritime. Then green economy is about environment. And now we have Mr. Sonic King Karani, our training officer, who is going to train you on orange economy. So let us applaud him as he comes to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. As you have heard, my name is Karani Kamadhi, and I'll be taking you through a session on how to monetize or the works on both on online and offline platforms. Tumesema blue economy. When you hear that, unafikiria maji, bahari, water bodies, economical activities that are usually carried out along the water bodies. Green economy, that's issues that deal with environment, recycling, and all that. Now, in today's topic, we are having a new term, orange economy. Orange economy, basically, we can say is a term in economics related to exploitation of creative works and innovation. Basically, hii kazi mnafanya kama wasanii deals with your intellectual ideas and concepts that mnatengeneza, hadithi, carvings. Kisii is well known for the stones carving. All that falls under economy. So how economy? Kama we ni YouTuber, content creator, you ni mwanamuziki, first understand your audience. So kuna 3 points: demographic, age. Yeah, if you are communicating with your audience, lazima ujue wako ni kangapi. Yeah, wako wana pesa ngapi? Whatever you are trying to sell to them, to pitch to them, are they able to buy? Yeah, like for age. I think for the generation X and Gen Z, Alpha, it's very hard that them over a platform like Facebook. Hiyo siku hizi haiwezi make, isn't it? Yeah. So kama unataka kudeal na the young generation, which platform are you going to use? TikTok. Yeah, TikTok. Wengine kama wale wanataka fashionistas, watu lazima ukwe kwa Instagram, isn't it? So you must know the kind of the age you are dealing with, ndo ujue what kind of platform you are going to use. The interest, you should not copy others just because somebody is doing Lin Ngugi has a show on YouTube. Hata wewe unataka kuanzisha yako hapa Kisii, and yet it's not your interest. Yeah, first ensure what do I like. Kama unapenda kukula, yeah, fuata hiyo nafasi. Yeah, naona kwa YouTube wengi wanaenda kwa mahoteli, wana review chakula. Yeah, anafanya show 2-3, the restaurant inamsubscribe that acha tukuje review chakula yetu, na ukweli utaenda kufanya hiyo abure? Creatives utafanya abure? No, lazima utaambia nipatie hela yangu. So follow your interests, yeah, something that you are good in it. Online habits, kama iko kitu unauza consumers, ni hii kitu wanaitaka aje? Yeah, ni kama ni mziki, hii mziki unaimba, yeah, wanaitaka aje? Kama ni yule artist wetu wa kurukaruka, if that's what our audience want, let's follow that. Leverage on online platforms. Wangapi tafadhali tuinue mkono? Musicians. Okay. Naona pale mko na YouTube channel. Very good. Kama uko na YouTube channel, unaona you have amassed a number of followers. Yeah? You can go further. As you are waiting to monetize with YouTube, maybe unaweza choose ukue na an e-commerce platform where you can be selling your branded t-shirts, yeah, and merchandise. Yeah? That's one way you can increase your portfolio on what you are doing. Content marketing. You are partnering with if you are using the same example, you are partnering with YouTube, with a musician, you are partnering with maybe businessman, yeah, hardware. Unamwambia acha mimi nitakuonyesha hardware yako vile mnauza mabati na bei mzuri kwa muziki yangu, kwa show yangu, alafu hiyo ndo tunaita content marketing. Alafu tunaenda kwa social media. Sasa kila mtu kushinda ukue uko TikTok, uko wapi, na you are not using those platforms to pass your message. Unaona hapo unapoteza as a content creator. Yeah? Hizo ni channels zote za kutumia kusend your message to your audience. Optimizing offline channels. So as you explore retail partners, events, direct sales, retail partnership collaboration with una collaborate na stores zile zina deal na your kind of merchandise, your kind of works. Events, attend kama vile tumewaita leo, yeah? Usitoke hapa vile mliambiwa, if you have not networked, at least have a handful of people within your sectors. I heard that was a producer's table over there. Yes? Yeah, unaona kama wale majamaa at least wamebond. Ukitoka hapo uko na at least 2 or 3 networks. Alafu direct sales. Usiogope kuuza vitu kama ni muziki yako, kama ni your carvings, your paintings. Yeah, as Madam Sharon said, hakuna creator anatakana kuwa muoga. Yeah? Utauza bidhaa zako aje? Monetize your content. Kama uko na channel, YouTube channel, iko wale watu wanauza vitu, iko ile movie atakuonyesha na anakuambia ukitaka story zaidi nilipe nikupatie hiyo story zaidi. Yeah? Hiyo ni premium content. Licensing. It was covered by Mr. Kaindo. Yeah? It's either you are giving out an assignment to your work as in umeuza kabisa, ama ni license that unapatia mtu nafasi ya kuitumia kwa muda alafu anakurudishia kwa malipo kwako. Alafu subscription. Yeah, unaweza pata channel zingine, for you to access you must pay on that channel so that you can access your content. So those are ways unaweza tengeneza pesa on that kind of platform. Next slide, kindly.
I think you point here.
Oh, sorry. What makes a strong brand? Yeah? Value. Yeah? Hakuna mtu atainvest kwa bidhaa zako if it is not worth it. Yeah? We are in this game to make money. Ama iko mtu mwingine anakuja kupoteza masaa? Wasanii wa Kisii. Ni kukula ama ni nini? Tumekuja kupoteza masaa ama ni kutafuta pesa? Si ndio? So, Kenya unaekea watu equal of value. Yeah? We kama uwezi itumia unadhani mimi nitatoa pesa yangu? Yeah? Quality almost the same. Yeah? Mtu ana invest on, kama ni you are a videographer, if you are a musician, go to a good studio. Put your mouth where your money is. Yeah? Yeah, go to a good studio, buy a good camera, yeah, so that you can achieve a good quality for your product. Yeah, if you are an author, yeah, go to a good publishing house. At least kitabu ikitoka, karatasi ni mzuri, inasomeka, it's very clear, the pictures are nice, that kind of thing. And the last, identity. Yeah, have an inch, kuwa mtu tofauti. Yeah, hatutaki kuja tuseme ati wasanii wa Kisii wote ni the same. Yeah, hiyo kweli itakuwa hakuna kitu utakuwa na offer mtu. Yeah, ati your work is the same as that person's work. Yeah, you must be different. Yeah. So don't concentrate on the figures, but it was an issue about, like, if you are on a platform like TikTok, they usually collect analytics, that data. Hizo data unatakana uzitumie as a content creator. Yeah, I think there's a section where you can get the data in regards to your work and how it's performing on their platform. Yeah, an example of how people use it is that you may notice, like on YouTube, like come Thursday to Friday, that's when most musicians release their songs. Yeah, because wameangalia kwa data zao wakaona that's when people are setting themselves into the weekend mood. That's when people are ready to hear, to enjoy themselves. Yeah, so ole wako uende ulaunch muziki yako on a Monday. Yeah, itapotea hapo without no views. Yeah, so use that data that is being offered by the respective social media platform to your advantage. And that's where you get also the issue of age. You get to know the age group that is relating to my content. You get to know the location of the people, the geographical locations of the people who are consuming my content. Oh, plus, also, if this is some analytics can also be used on when you want to get fundings from investors. Yeah, those are ventures that offer funding. Yeah, you have to give them, like, if you are taking a loan from a bank. Yeah, you must show how your books of account. So these analytics, you can use them to your advantage. Yeah, so that when you are approaching a venture capitalist, they can know how best to serve you or to fund you. Case studies and action steps. Learn from the best. Don't aim low. Yeah, learn from the best. If you know, or maybe I'll also still use Akina Lean Ngugi. Yeah, as a platform, LNN has so much numbers that it's almost is disrupting the old media houses in terms of how people consume information. Yeah, so if there's anybody you want to benchmark, go for the highest. So at least if you get hata ukiteremka kidogo, at least utakuwa you are different, na you are on an upward trajectory to grow. So always, and also plan to grow step by step, and whatever you plan, implement. It might not work the first time, the second time, but as you fail, you learn one way of not doing it. Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it, Kisii creatives? Yeah, so usiogope kuanguka. That's a learning process. Yeah, or watu kama McDonald's, the KFCs of this world, wali create recipes na wakaenda kuwa matajiri at 49 years of age. So usiogope, fail till you get it right. I think this was my last slide in regards to issues to do with monetizing of the orange economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karani, for that interactive session. I think I've also learned a new word. Amesema hiyo economy inaitwa nini? orange economy, right? Thanks a lot for that. Then now we proceed to the next phase, whereby we are going to be taught about financial management, how to make money out of your art, and the best way to invest that money. And I'll kindly call upon George Kiogora, who is our ID, Finance and Planning, and also CPAK. Karibu, George.
Now, so me one again. It's afternoon. Good afternoon. Amjambo. Nashukuru sana kwa nafasi hii. Kama mlivyoambiwa, mimi naitwa Kiogora George. Mimi ni relatives zenyu wale walienda ile ng'ambo ya Murima. Si nimeona hapa kwenyu mko na watu wanaitwa Nyakiogora. Sasa mimi ni cousins hawa. Otherwise nashukuru kuna ndugu yetu alituimbia hapa. Nikakumbuka hiyo wimbo tuliperform in primary school. Sikujua inatoka huku. Ile wimbo our brother aliimba ile ya nakumbuka hiyo. Hiyo. So this afternoon we are for a very few minutes tunataka tuongelele one, tumeambiwa about our rights, copyright and all that. Then the immediate presenter mwenye amekuwa hapa amewaambia how to monetize your whatever your work and your content ndio upate pesa, sio? Now umeshapata pesa, you put yourself in that context, ushapata pesa. Like some of you naona kuna mdosi nimeona pale, so akona pesa. Sasa how do you as an artist, as a young artist, manage those funds or those finances? And that's what in a very few minutes we want to talk about. So financial management. Hii inafanya?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we point it here. Try pointing
Okay.
it there.
Thank you. Good. Inafanya. Sawa. Sawa. So we are saying financial management iko na nini tatu, iko na branches tatu. There's what we call public financial management, there's what we call corporate financial management and personal financial management. So hizo za kwanza mbili we are not, labda turudi class hatutaongelelea hizo because hii ya public financial management ni ile ya kina Ministry of Finance ama Treasury and all that. Corporate finance ni ya those big corporates like Safaricom, but tunataka kidogo tuguzie hii ya personal financial management. How do you manage your finances once you've made them? So so it is managing your income to cover your expenses and to save and invest for the future. So basically that's what we are saying, that hiyo pesa ukishaipata usikule yote ama usitumie yote. How do you do what? How do you cover your expenses? Kwanza umepata 1000, unahitaji kama kurudi kwako, you need to incur transport, but at the same time huwezi enda mahali ama ni kazi ama perform upate 1000 na utumie yote kwa fare. So you need to cover your expenses to some extent, and then you need also to be able to invest, and you know there is a tomorrow. So financial management revolves around income. Ndio my brother ameongea income, how do you make money? Tumesema monetizing. So once you make that money, it also involves spending, our spending habits. Our spending habits. Unapata mtu ndio akopoa kupata pesa, but at the same time inaenda yote, inabebwa na some expenditures which are not necessary. And then the issue of investment, I've mentioned that. So how do you create a portfolio? Unakuwa unajua mi naenda kuimba ama mi naenda kufanya nini, kuandika kitabu nitauza. Then apart from that, hapa nyumbani niko na kuku inataga mayai, inafanya nini. Aya, pale pengine niko na ndizi, nimeona mandizi ziko mob sana huku, niko na ndizi zangu 2, 3 naweza uza pale market. So at least that's what we are calling investing, and investing comes as a result of your savings. So you make your savings, then after you save, you invest. So this is what I'm calling the hierarchy of investments. Hii iko na, unaona iko pyramid shaped. Ukiona kitu iko na pyramid inamaanisha wale watu wengi, si uko chini ndio unaona iko kubwa. So it means watu wengi wako hapo chini. Then hapo katikati kuna wengine si wengi sana, but a good number. And hapo juu kuna watu lakini si wengi, very few. That's why iko hivi. So hapo chini ni mambo ya employment. Mtu akona kashamba yake pahali, akona gari, under assets and all that. So that's where most people are. So kama we ni artist, unajua okay, niko na shamba yangu nyumbani, niko na maybe account, ama mimi ni artist at the same time nimeajiriwa mahali kwa county ama kwa national government ama kwa private sector. So that's where majority of people are. But you need to move from there at least to the next level, where now you join a circle. As artists, you can decide, tunajiunga pamoja kama hawa tuko hapa, mna form your own welfare group, your own circle and all that. So that at the end of the day, one, umesave. Unajua kwa circle you are guaranteed umesave. Then your circle pia itakupatia dividends and interest and all that. Then at least unaweka pesa yako kwa bank, usiweke kwa mattress, ama wangapi wanaficha kwa mattress. So usiweke kwa mattress. Ukiweka kwa bank, at least you are sure iko safe, and number 2 umesave. Na kama umeweka kwa fixed account itakupea some interest. But then there is that other up there where we have very few. Now ndio unaona wanatisha huko nje, because they are making what we call passive income. Passive income is that income which you earn hata ukiwa umelala. So for them, hiyo pesa inaingia tu. Mtu amelala, maybe mtu akona investment, akona nini, akona shares za kampuni zina make profit, akona dividends mahali, akona mabiashara zake mahali. They are making money for him, and it's money that is working for him. It's not like where we go to work every day, and for you to be paid you have to appear. This one ametulia tu, pesa inaingia tu. So that is where we are aiming at as artists, as most of us, the young people. That's where you want to be. So so that we make passive income. So there are things that you need to sort out as well. As you make money, number 1, make sure you are in good books with the government. As an artist, you need to understand what does the income tax laws say, VAT and all that. So you need to file your returns. Why am I saying that? You may think it's not necessary, but ile siku utatengeneza ufanye maybe an event paid 20 million for hiyo pesa itaonekana umelipwa. KRA watakwambia hujafanya for 10 years. Kuna penalties, kuna this what 20 million, watataka ulipe tax na ulipe penalties. So hiyo 20 million 10 ama 15 inaenda. So it's good for you to be in good terms. Ensure that your income and spending zinaongeleshana. This is something I've always told whenever I go to train. And I'll give you 2 biblical scriptures. Naandika Proverbs chapter 23 verses 4 to 5. Proverbs, Matthew 25 verses 14 to 30. Matthew 25, 14 to 30. Proverbs, sita preach, inasema pesa iko na mabawa. Money has wings. Wealth has wings. So if you don't treat it well, itaenda kwa mwingine mwenye anaibembeleza. Na kuna bali tulienda tukaambiwa pesa ipendi kelele. So treat it well. Don't spend everything. Don't entertain your friends with everything. Just do what we are saying. Save and invest. Then prepare a nice budget. Out of your nini, what is going to rent, for example? How can you be earning maybe an income of 100,000 yet you are staying in a house of 80,000? So prepare a nice budget of every time. Enda kwa budget yako, unajiuliza hii kitu naambiwa nilipe hapa, is it in the budget? A budget is usually flexible, but at least try to stick to your budget. We have talked about savings, welfare and all that. Then kuna kitu ya insurance. These days I've seen many associations, maybe some of you are church members, men's fellowship, women's fellowship, wanajipanga, wanaita mtu wa insurance, anawatengenezea nini? Package ya medical cover ama last expense. Sijui wangapi tuko kwa WhatsApp groups za kuchanga. I know all of us. So those things you can try to navigate through risk management or a risk return trade-off kind of, so that you have your insurance in such a way that maybe hata ukipata kashinda as an artist, you can go to the hospital and you are treated. Hata kama ni SHA ama SHIF, make sure you join, because what's the use of you being a great artist hapa Kisii, unajulikana everywhere, alafu ile siku tu umepata ka ugonjwa hivi ama a family member, your child or your wife ama husband, inaenda hiyo nini inakula millions. Sasa tunaanza kusema kuchanga and all that. Okay, we will contribute, yes, but you can navigate that through looking at the insurance and all that. So that 70-30 rule is where you make sure at least 30% inaenda kwa the normal expenses, nyumba and all that. You ingine 70 cheza nayo, invest, do all that. There are simple and complex ways to invest. We'll talk about that. Hapa Kisii nyinyi wakulima, you can do agribusiness. We talk about money market funds. These days everyone is doing money market funds. This is where you find like a bank or what do we call them? These fund managers. Money from all of you. Wewe umepeana 10,000, mwingine 2,000, mwingine 1,100, zinaekwa pamoja, they go and invest on your behalf and then they will pay you. Right now I'm seeing most of them doing like is it 14, 15, 16%. So umeenda umelipwa pesa yako, umeperform, unaweza eka kwa hiyo, haina risk kubwa sana. Enda hata kwa bank, if you don't trust these other fund managers, enda kwa bank, ask them what are the investment options. They will tell you, we have a money market fund, we are doing 1, 2, 3, our rate is this. Unaeka hapo zako, and I think the minimum is about 1,000 or something, and it will give you some money for the future, or for the income for the future. You can do government securities. These are bonds and treasury bills. Treasury bills are short term, government bonds are long term. So depending with your priorities, depending with your income levels and what you have. Other factors we have talked about, insurance. Please, so to sort mambo yetu ya future and all that in terms of insurance. Your family, your basic needs, family basic needs, school fees and all that. So msanii una balance, because even those who are not married, A day will come, you have children. So on one hand, you are making a lot of money, but on the other hand, mtoto anafukuzwa shule. It doesn't aga well, and it doesn't speak to each other. So make sure you develop yourself kimasomo. Ile tunafanya saizi ni kuwafundisha. Tumesoma mambo ya copyright, what intellectual property. Ensure that you do what we call continuous development. And usikae mtu mwenye asomi what is happening in the world, what is going on out there. Develop yourself, accumulate wealth, and wealth is not necessarily some things that people think. Unaweza kuwa na magari and all that. Cars are good, I love cars, but sometimes hii gari unanunua leo, kesho imedepreciate. You look at that. I'm not saying we should not buy cars. I'm just saying you look at what is a liability, what's an asset. Asset ni ile inakuletea, ina add value, the value appreciates like land, na sometimes inakuletea income. Then there's the issue of debt management. Again, this is where people are, like now, this period, kuna hiyo stress kidogo. How do you manage? It's okay to be in debt. There's good and bad debt. Si mbaya kukopa, but ukisha kopa, how do you use that money, number one? Number two, how do you repay the debt? Hatutaki mtu anakuja ati anachoto, ati vitu zake zinachukuliwa, shamba inauzwa and all that because ya deni. Ukiwa na deni and you go and make money, make sure you pay. Have a plan of repayment. And also the debt and all these things, family and all that, ndio inaleta stress, depression, anxiety, and finally suicide. So watu wanajiua because of these things. But if you manage them well, it doesn't matter how much debt you have, as long as there's a plan and you're executing that plan. So in conclusion, I have some quotes here. The key to money is to stay invested. We have said that. Formal education will make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune. Okay? Money is a terrible master, but an excellent servant. Before I move to the last two, remember I gave you two scriptures. I told you one says that money has wings. The other one, which is in Matthew, talks about the boss who gave his servants gold or money to invest. Moja akapewa 5, mwingine 2, mwingine 1. The first 2 went and invested and made money. The last one alificha kwa mchanga, and hiyo yake ilinyang'anywa ikapewa wale wengine. So it's the same thing. Pesa yako usipochunga vizuri itachukuliwa, mimi nipewe kama nimechunga yangu. So it happens like that. A budget is telling your money where to go instead of wondering where it went. So umefanya budget, unaiambia hata kama ni pesa inakuja next month 10K, I want you to go and pay this debt, I want you to pay this school fees, I want you to pay this house rent and all that. Instead hiyo pesa imekuja, unashangaa jana nilikuwa na pesa ilienda wapi? And finally, money grows on the tree of persistence. So as artists, persist in what you are doing. Do it perfectly, as our brother said. Invest in it, put your effort in it, and it grow. Money will grow. Thank you very much. That is all.
Have you learned something? Have you learned something? What have you learned? May I learned that money has wings, and the Bible said, not Kiogora said, that money has wings. Kuna jamaa hapa aliniambia anaitwa Luo Sponsor. Luo Sponsor. Luo Sponsor, what have you learned? Umesikiaje? Umelearn nini? Pesa ifichwe. Anasema amesikia pesa ifichwe. Mwingine? Mulisikia pesa haipendi kelele. Pesa ipendi kelele. Wenye wako nayo wafanyi kelele. Wenye hawana ndio tunafanya kelele. Wewe umejifunza nini? Yeah. The Living Translation said, in the blink of an eye, wealth disappears, for it will sprout wings and fly away like an eagle. So inabidi uchunge pesa yako. My panel, who is my panel? Kaindo? Can I have some seats here? Kekobo staff, help me. Let's put some seats here. We are going to now answer your questions. You will get a chance to ask them. And I'll start with these ones who have sent in their questions. DJ, tuweke kakitu, tukijipanga na masits hapa. Was it Cheriot? No. Cheriot? Someone again. Hiyo ni ya this county. My panel, please. Cheriot. Kyoko. Oh, okay. Kyoko. Who was on the panel, please?
Baba, naenganye toche baba morugi bwenga. Tuntiga baba, nae baba nje weka mbwate. Ongibolera bana, nuse basa kunjelo kutata. Baba one tonga inwa, tobora tomorwa ketata. Amaigara niganyarete. Niganyarete baba ngoinyara munangwanjete. Baba, isikondenje ngongete. Nikangongete baba sokorwera ngotumere.
I want to introduce Mr. Otieno. Around the sun. He was a policeman. Then he worked at Kekobo as an enforcement officer. And now he works at MultiChoice. So you can have 2 minutes to talk to our Wasani. You're welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. AD Kekobo, please thank you for giving me the opportunity to have a few or 2 minutes with the artist here. Just after being told, my name is Mesha Kotiano. Been told about my history. Currently, I work with the DSTV. I know some of you guys are privy to DSTV. We offer entertainment. Actually, DSTV is an entertainment industry, all the way from sports to football. Now, I want to encourage you artists, please. Piracy is a norm. It's really eating us, guys. So what I would request you guys, let us join hands. Let us make a Kobo busy. Through you and me, we'll make a Kobo busy every now and then in terms of investment. What I would advise you guys, Kikobo ukienda kwa report hakuombi pesa, watakufanya kazi yako bure. They work within their service charter. I know kazi yenu pia inatumia through YouTube's or any other platform on the piracy. Please, artists, let us join hands. Let us make this wonderful team busy. This is the best team in Africa. Me, I know, because I was with them, I left them, and I know what they do. Whatever you do here, please let us pull socks. You've been told the benefits of Kekobo, the benefits of kazi yako. Let me not go back to that. But I really appreciate, ukitoka hapa, utajua Kekobo inafanya kazi gani, na itakusaidia aje. If you have a report, please let us pull together. I've come all the way from Nairobi just to encourage you guys, you artists, kwa sababu sasa ni Kenya ni artist industry. Please tusaidiane, tusifanye kikobe ilale, tunataka wafanye kazi. Hata ukisahau training utakwambia mimi niko busy, siwezi make, let's make another day, so that we pull ourselves together and make them busy. Otherwise, thank you guys so much. Please help us. Let's help Kwekobo. Thank you.
Yeah, just before we do the question and answer, tunaelekea kumaliza. I want to invite our acting executive director, Mr. George Nyakweba, who is going to invite our director for culture from Kisii County. We are very happy that you came. The communication was a bit slow, but thank you so much for coming. We recognize your presence, but I'll give the director time to say something and then he'll invite you to say something. Karibu. Give a clap for him.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. Mbiamore naende. Are you happy to be here? Can I see by the show of hands how many are happy to be here? Okay, thank you so much. We had planned to have close to 250, over 250, and we were capable to have accommodated 400 artists here in Kisii. I know the communication that perhaps came out, some of you have heard that they thought the program was yesterday, but the program was scheduled for today, but not yesterday. Now, before I give my remarks, allow me to recognize the director, Kisii County, Madam Bosire, Mr. Bosire, sorry, to come forth and awasalimie naye kidogo before we tell you what brought us here and how we are working together with this team. Bosire, karibu. Okay.
Thank you so much, Kenya Corporate Board. My name is Leonard Bosire. I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much for coming to Kisii. And I want to recognize that this is the first time you're coming. And I'll say that it's kind of show that you've exhibited in Kisii. I also want to thank the participants, those who've come, especially the young artists. And we also have the IK owners, that is the indigenous knowledge experts, people like Obino, people like Nyandika, Makubamba, DJ White, and the rest. And what I want to ask of the Kenya Corporate Board, I want to ask you if we can partner with you, and if possible, if you are able to set up a board, a desk at our county offices, so that we are able now to protect the rights, and we are able also to patent the music, the activities that are done by these young men and women. Otherwise, I want to welcome you to Kisii and wish you well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Bwana Bosire. And this team that is here from Kenya Copyright Board, we are here to work together, to partner as requested. We'll formally be able to do what we call an MOU with the county government of Kisii for purposes of identifying what are the key areas of interest that we can be able to partner and help each other in a manner that enables our creative sector in Kisii to thrive. I know we have representatives from Kisii University. I saw one of my colleagues who is also a lawyer who is in the house. If you are there, you can stand and just utusalimie. A colleague from Kisii University, if you are here. I saw the legal counsel, Seth. Are you in? Any person from Kisii University is in? Anybody from Kisii University?
Oh, thank you so much. I know Kisii University is also one of our stakeholders in terms of the number of students that they train who are artists. And as Kenya Copyright Board, our mandate is to administer and enforce copyright and related rights. Now, allow me to reiterate on what Bosira said. Kenya Copyright Board, we deal with the issues of copyright and related rights. Music is actually is part of copyright. Software is part of copyright. But now in terms of patent is part of the industrial, patent is dealt with our sister institution, KIPI, that's Kenya Industrial Property Office. It's a form of intellectual property, but it's not a copyright per se. So creative works, that is where we talk about the creative industry, where copyright administers and enforces. Now, I'll want to make my statement in terms of what you are, and you can allow perhaps in a minute to take you through what we are doing as a board and what has made us to come here and meet this group, beautiful group from Kisii. Now, the Kenya Board is a state corporation established under Section 3 of the Copyright Act, with the administration and enforcement of copyright and related rights in the country. Of Kekobo are derived from Section 5 of the Copyright Act. And part of that mandate is of our statutory obligation, that is in terms of registration of copyright works for purposes of establishing a database of authors and their works, and also licensing and oversight of the collective management organization. I do understand that those of you who are seated here might be members of various collective management organizations that are in the country. So part of our mandate is to be able to license those collective management organizations so that they can be able to operate. Once they're registered by Kenya Copyright Board, then they can be able to operate and collect royalties for your all the artists in the country. Then next is that we, as Kenya Copyright Board, we do administer this industry, which is the creative industry, which contributes over 5% to our country's economic growth. And it's estimated that in Kenya, your sector, the sector of the creative, employs over 5% of the young and the old in terms of those who can be able to their copyright works. And in terms of the copyright works, registration is optional. And we also encourage members of the authors or the artists who are the copyright owners to have their copyright registered, that in the event of a conflict or an infringement or having a matter taken to court, then that certificate of registration given by Kenya Copyright Board can be used as an evidence for purposes of authenticating who the real owner of a copyright work is. But that said and done, or notwithstanding, copyright registration is optional, but we encourage that registration is done for purposes of what I've just said, that it enables you to be able to have upper hand in the event of an infringement. Now, the board has done this kind of programs. We started the phase of this Faidika na Sanaa Yako last year, where basically we went through what we are doing now into 80 counties. So far, this is the second phase, and in the second phase, we opted to start from here, from Kisii, and then we moved to other counties. So this is county number 9 in terms of Faidika na Sanaa Yako. So next we'll be able to move to Naroko, where we'll be able to the creatives in Naronti. And then from Naroko, we'll be able to move to Wajir, go to Meru, and also Bungoma and Eldoret. That is the second phase of this particular training that we are doing. I know that much has been spoken or much has been done in terms of creating awareness and making to understand what is this that we have in terms of copyright. This partnership has been made possible by our agents, one of our agents, that's a sports fund, who also plays a very key role in terms of funding of the activities of this creative economy. So it's through the courtesy of Sports Fund that we have been able to come and train you. And then we also make sure that once you have come, you have a return ticket to take you from where you have come from, and also having this kind of engagement. I know there are several questions that you might be able to ask this group. This is a competent group that is here that can be able to assist to navigate through this aspect of your copyright work, and more particularly on how do you commercialize your copyright. What is it required for you to be able to put your copyright in a manner that it can be able to assist you? And more so in terms of infringement, ukipata mtu amekuja amechukua haki yako miliki, how do you move to have that infringement done? We do have at Kenya Copyright Board, we have an enforcement wing, which is headed by an chief inspector of police. A chief inspector is an armed officer. We have armed wing, and we have actually a cell in our office that those who are found infringing on other people's rights or copyright works, action is normally taken against. So the entire team is here. Our purpose is to be able to create awareness so that you are in a position to safeguard your work. You are in a position to use your work as collateral for purposes of attaining a loan. We have several government institutions like Youth Fund, which gives loans to the creative for purposes of enriching them so that you can be able to at least earn a living. So the group that is here will be able to take your questions, any issue that you have about copyright. You will feel free to have it addressed now. And then tomorrow we'll also be able to meet the section from the law enforcement officers. The Kisii law enforcement officers will also be trained on how they can assist you as the artist. In the event that your work is infringed, how do you get to know where we are? The most important thing, you can go to police report so that police takes action. Alternatively, you can get right to us, call us. I know the literatures that you have a contact so that we can be able to assist you as we ensure that you benefit from copyright work. More particularly, this section of the country, I don't know who are you registered with the CMOs? Are you members of the Corrective Management Organization? Are you members of Corrective Management Organization? For you to be able to get your loyalty that have been raised, those that are raised by us at the end of either quarter or annually distribute their royalties. So if you are a member, if you are a musician, you are an artist, it's important that you have to register or give your power of attorney to those CMOs for purposes of collecting your royalties, so that at a particular period they distribute. Because I know you might not be everywhere in the country to know how your work is being used. So that's the essence of those CMOs, that they come in to represent your interest. But more particularly, as we are here, we are also working towards having our copyright amendments done so that we are in a position to help you out in terms of ensuring that you get your rights. So basically, that's why we are here, and I want to now open it for the plenary so that you can be able to have your questions, which will be moderated by our Deputy Executive Director, Madam Sharon, in terms of addressing your issues. With that, I want to end there and wish you a very fruitful panel discussion, and also thank you for taking your time to come here. Indeed, those of you who are here are the genuine artist, because if you were to have this forum in town, one of the venues in town, in the town center, will have received various members who might not be artists per se. So the group that has met this way are the genuine artists in Kisii County. We take note of that, and we want to work with you to ensure that your interests are protected and you make sure that you earn from your copyright work. With that, I want to thank you so much.
Hiyo makofi yenyu ya director ni very weak. Pigeni director makofi mzuri. Alisahau kuambia anatoka tu hapa karibu tu hapa. I think hata angekuwa mtu wa ushago angetembea afike nyumbani, si ndio? Okay, a couple of announcements. We're going to have a group photo after we are done. Pale nje kwa stairs pale, where you can see the hotel at the back. I think that is what we agreed, right? Jose ako wapi? You'll let us know, but we will have a group photo nje after we are done. Second announcement, copyright registration is going on. Wasanii, the musicians, wenye mko na kazi zenyu, photographers, anybody who wants to register their work, there's a desk out there with our IT people, they'll support you. Oh, wako juu? They're upstairs. Okay. I'm told they've moved upstairs, so if you need to register your work, please make your way upstairs so that you can still hear what is going on here while you do your registration. Our social media handles, please. You can visit our social media handles. Retweet if you're on Twitter what we have tweeted. Tell everyone what is happening, that we are here learning in Kisii County. We are on X, we are on TikTok, we are on FB, we are on Instagram, and we also have a website, www.copyright.go.ke. Once we are finished, you will have a transport refund on your phone. The message will come from Faith Wanjiru. But we don't sit here to wait. We tembeanga tu ukienda, message itaingia kwa simu, sawa? Because she has to refund all these people, so it may not all come at the same time, yeah? I hope that you wrote your M-Pesa number and you wrote it well so that you will receive your transport refund. Is that okay? I thought that would be a bit we will be happy about. Lakini tunakaa tumekasirika. Now we're going to move into a session, your questions. I know one person who had already told me he has questions he wants to ask. But I'll start with these ones that have written. Somebody asks, are PWDs allowed to register freely without paying tax monthly? I really don't understand, because tax is different. Registration of copyright, you can register your copyright. What do I mean? If you have your song, you can register it. Whether you are a PWD or not, you are allowed to register. Sawa. Anybody and everybody can register. How can I get high numbers of YouTube subscribers? Karani alituambia hivyo. How can I get high numbers of YouTube subscribers? Karani will answer that. But my comment is this. You need to create your fan base, okay? You know who you're targeting. If I'm targeting Gen Z, nitawapata wapi? Yeah? Guys, talk to me. If I'm targeting Gen Z, where will I get them? TikTok, mama, older folk, Facebook. Ala, kwa hivyo mimi ni mzee? Niko Facebook. Yeah, you need to know, who am I targeting? Where will I get them? And create your fan base, okay? When you have created your fan base, people will come to your page. Hata ukiweka ujinga hapo, they'll come because you have already created your fan base. Please, let's avoid quarreling with people and abusing people online, especially your fans, okay? If you're creating your fans, you be polite to them, you talk to them nicely, and you create your fan base. But Karani can make a comment on that. Another question that came, what happens when we sing what I interpret as folk music of my community. And does anybody have a copyright? Because it belongs to my community. For instance, Emeino of the Abagusi. Or Mwanambiri. What happens when I sing that? Who gets the copyright? Kaindo, you can take that one. What happens to originality and authenticity? I think it is in relation to that one, Kaindo. Nikiamua kuimba Mwanambiri, what happens? What is the difference, Mr. Nyakweba, between Kekobo, Camp, Prisk, MCSK? Director atatuambia hiyo. What determines what artists get from collections? That's another question. I want to take some more questions from the floor. There is somebody, I'm just looking for him, I can't see him. Oh yes, it's you. Aliniambia ako na maswali mingi. Crafted, ni nataka mic ya kuuliza maswali. Okay, please make your questions a bit short and precise, yeah? So that usitupoteze. I'm able to tell what exactly you need. Any other questions? Anybody else who has a question, please be putting up your hand. So we'll have 1, 2, 3. I see 4, 5. So we take that round first. Do we have a mic to give to him? You can just be standing in the meantime. Okay. So I'm told there's an issue with the frequency of the mic. So maybe utakaribia hapa wenye wako na maswali. 1, 2. The guy in pink. My daughter says pink is for girls. Yeah. Ama ukuja hapa, njoo hapa utumie hii. Huyu ako na kitabu.
Usijali. Thank you for the opportunity. My fellow artists, good afternoon. My name is Robert, commonly known as Makubamba, and I have quite a number of questions. And artists here, maybe those who have popular songs, at times or most of the times, their songs have been used in various platforms without them being consulted. And at one point, when you try asking, you may find that it's a government agency that has used your work. And when you try to ask, at times vitisho ukuja, you don't find the right channel to follow. Sijui hiyo part mnaihandle aje if we come to you. Does your lawyer side with us or side with the government? That's question number 1. Question number 2, I want to know if registration via Kekobo is globally recognized. And what I mean is, some of us are distributing our music channels, online distribution platforms like TuneCore, DistroKid, and the like. But you find, once, for instance, me, I have, anytime I release a song, I have first to register with Kekobo. The moment I register with Kekobo, that's when I release the song either to YouTube or these other platforms. But the moment I want to distribute my music either to TuneCore, let me use TuneCore because that's where I distribute my music. So you find them telling me that they cannot distribute my work because, and they don't give reasons. At one point, they ask for anything that is legal or legally binding to show that this is my original work. I have used your certificate severally, and 2 of my works are yet to be distributed. I don't know if you're globally recognized. And if you're globally recognized, how can you help so that my original work isn't distributed by someone else who is not or who did not help in writing? Because I know wasanii wengi sana hapa, ngoma zao zinadistributiwa na wezi, lakini wezi wanakuwa recognized na msanii mwenye kazi ya kui recognized. Ama naongea uongo?
Okay, so I want to help you. So we give other people a chance. The question there is how you can do distribution.
The question is, how can Kekobo help wezi wasidistribute kazi yetu.
Okay.
Thank you.
How can Kekobo help so your work is not stolen?
Yeah, because considering all of us are registering our works through Kekobo. And then number 3, I want to ask about, there's a question you talked about, someone asked about relationship between Kekobo, MCSK, PRISC, PPMC. So maybe to expound on that, most of these artists tuko based in Kisii. Kazi yetu inatumika Kisii sana, ama saa zingine outside Kisii and globally. But people like MCSK come to Kisii and collect revenue from our shops, hotels, clubs, vinyozi, you know, name them. And then, hii pesa inabebwa yote, inapelekwa Nairobi. After imepelekwa Nairobi, those of us who are members of MCSK, I can ask around here. Sidhani kama kuna mtu amepokea hiyo pesa. Why don't you as the copyright board institute something that easy pesa badala ya kucollect kutoka Kisii ziende Nairobi ndio wagawe kutoka Nairobi zirudi Kisii? We have an office in Kisii that the moment the money is collected from Kisii, we know if we are collecting 65 million from Kisii County, hii pesa itabaki Kisii, you cut ile administration fee yenu, pesa ingine wasanii wagawiwe. Can that be possible? The last question, sitaki kuuliza maswali mengi because I know some of my friends have questions, is on rights infringement. And on rights infringement, I'd want to ask, sababu some of us vile nilisema kazi zetu zimeibwa sana huko nje. Can Kekobo help us? Sababu wasanii mumeongea juu ya pesa hapa. I'm very sure most of us tulikuwa tunashindwa kuongea sababu hii usanii pesa mliongelea hatuioni, ama mnaiona? Hii pesa hatuioni. Tumeiona ikiongelewa hapo vile tunafaa ku collect, vile tunafaa ku save, but kama wasanii sidhani kama kuna mtu mwenye ako na hiyo pesa yenye anaweza collect na save. Is there a way that mnaweza tusaidia, wakili wenu atusaidie kufuatilia zile pesa zenye zimetumika kwenye kazi zetu zimetumiwa, so that pia sisi tukue na hiyo pesa yenye mnahitaji to save? Asanteni sana.
Mpe makofi. Guys, tumepewa time ya kutoka hapa na hoteli. Hataki kufukuzwe before we answer your question. So just go straight to the question. What do you want to know?
Okay, kwanza mimi kwa majina naitwa Naftal Migi Migisi. Jina la usanii ni MC Migi Champion. Nina tu mambo mawili ya kusema. Kwanza wacha nianze kwa kushukuru Kekobo kwa kuleta hii forum hapa Kisii. Mostly hizi vitu zimekuwa zikifanyika Nairobi penye wasanii wengi wenye hapa unaona ni wadogo hawawezi fika. So mmefanya kitu mzuri sana. Naomba wasanii tuwapigie makofi kwa kufanya hiyo kitu. Jambo la pili, mimi ni one of the artists. Naweza sema ni oldest. Na wasanii wengi hapa they look up to me as wanajua kama wananiona kama msanii mkubwa na mwenye ako successful. Sababu ikiwa ni kwamba mimi ndio niko na hits mingi. At the same time mimi ndio nilianza gusi urban music tukiwa na wengine hapo wenye walisha quit. Na pia mimi ndio nimepiga shows mingi locally na internationally. So they believe mtu kama mimi naweza kuwa nimebenefit sana toka kwa Kekobo na MCSK. Siwezi taka kuongelea Kekobo sana, juu najua Kekobo is the larger umbrella ya MCSK. Mimi nimekuwa MCSK member since 2010. I'm member number 7494. Na for the 15 years nimekuwa hapo, pesa nimeipata ni 1,500 shillings. Na hiyo ilikuwa the year 2016-17 kama sijasahau. The second time ilikuwa tu ni sitting kama hii, nilienda kwa meeting nikapatiwa allowance yenye ilikuwa ni 5,000. So naweza sema nimekuwa compliant, I'm tax compliant. Nimetembea kwa ofisi pale Westlands, nimepeleka mziki yangu mpaka nikaambiwa anytime nikitoa mziki nikuwe natuma kwa email wana upload. So nilituma mziki anytime nikirelease music for the 15 years I've been in the game. Hakuna kitu imekuwa imefanyika, sijaipata pesa yoyote. So swali nauliza ni hii time yote nimekuwa kama member wa MCSK juu niliona director wa hiyo wakati last year, I think ni last year ama the previous year, alisimama akaparade wasanii wenye wame earn from MCSK.
So mi nikaangalia simu yangu na ngoja prompt, labda message itakuja, haikuja. So swali nauliza ni hold on. Swali nauliza ni sababu hawa wasanii wengi they look up to me. Wanajua Migia akikuwa successful, kama Migia hajapata kitu, wengine hata hawawezi register sababu wana feel demoralized. So swali langu ni hii pesa imekuwa ikienda wapi? Sababu wakati nilipiga simu huko niliambiwa shida ni Kekobo. Hiyo ndio message nilipata from MCSK. Ati Kekobo ndio inatupiga vita, ndio maana mpati pesa yenu. So mnafaa mshikane, mpige noise kabisa, Kekobo iallow pesa zenyu zitoke. So mimi niko hapa nauliza, mbona mnakataa pesa zangu hazitoki? Asante.
Thank you. Mpe mwenzako.
Thank you so much. My name is Bosire Abiud. My question is very simple. Is Kekobo only for music producers only, or rather it is a versatile? For instance, utapata a very junior graphic designer will design your logo on a competition, not directly, but on a competition. Then you'll pick a junior mwenye amefanya good work. You'll pick hiyo logo yake, and then you'll go on kufanya kazi na hiyo logo yake, instead kumpatia pesa. Yani mshamkandamiza, mmemfinya, amjampea hata shilingi. Kule juu mnaleta mtu mwingine, anafanya nini? Anapewa pesa badala ya yeye. That's one.
Okay, do you mean Kekobo or you're giving an example?
No, I'm giving an example.
Oh. Okay.
I'm giving an example. For instance, is water management ya Kenya iliweza kudesign one of time. The second one, pale kwa financial management. Sasa hivi Kenya kwa producers, soko ni chafu. Are you able to cooperate? I don't know kama ni cooperate naweza sema, but managing the financial ya producers. For instance, music producers wanaitisha watu, for example, a range of 50 to 100,000 ya production, si ndio?
Okay.
Tunaelewana hapo?
You mean, are we able to regulate what
Yes,
they
the
charge?
regulation.
Uh-huh.
The regulation of it.
Okay, okay.
If that is possible, then all producers watakuwa very safe in terms of regulating money.
Thank you. Mpe mwenzako.
Hi guys.
Hi.
My name is Dalton. That's my stage name, Dalton Kenya. And I have a question. Number one, the logic behind on the mathematical process you use to pay the musician after collection.
Of
Please
royalties.
make it.
Okay.
We know if you have gotten one, you get 1 shillings.
Yes.
And the other one is, there's been an issue with who owns the copyright between the producers and the musician. After maybe I've paid the producer the work of producing, and there's and after that maybe the song starts to trend, and the producer comes later, anakugeuka, anasema now you want more.
I get your question. Who
Yeah.
owns the music between the producer
and the
musician?
after you paid the producing work.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. There is another question. Do you have a certain time frame on how long it takes to be paid after I register?
After you register with?
The Kekobo.
With Kekobo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a time frame? How long you will pay him, Mr. Nyakweba, after he registers with Kekobo? Yes?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Momanyan. I'm a music executive. First and foremost, to your team, madam, thank you for keeping your promise. We were at your office last year, and you did make an assurance that you'll be making this roundup. I have 2 questions. The first one is, during the recent adjustments of state corporations, There, we saw that Kekobo, KIPI, the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, and Anti-Counterfeit, and KFCB, Kenya Film Classification Board, were both categorized into one. Will the mandates be changed, and are there mandates that will be in unison across all the partners who are put together? And to the other question is, there's an MOU that the director, Mr. Nyakweba, talked about with the county.
The county.
Yeah. Previously, we did have an awards, which was called Gusii Creative Awards. It helped us in identifying the key players and stakeholders. And is it possible for within that MOU into setting up such an initiative that will see the documentation and archiving of our culture, which is the Gusii Urban? Thank you.
Archiving of culture.
Yeah, archiving of our culture, the music and film and everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe we'll take that round and then we take again. I'll start by maybe dispensing off with a few things before my panel talks about it. Somebody asked about Kekobo, does it only deal with musicians? So that means that our copyright training iliwapita kidogo. Mr. Kaindo talked about copyright covering several areas. Literary works, that means if you're an author, a publisher, unaandika poems, whatever you write, it is covered by copyright. Then he talked about musical works. Musical works means you have an author-composer, mwenye aliandika the words of the song, mwenye ameweka tune, mwenye ameimba ni performer, alafu mwenye ameproduce kwa studio ni producer. All those are musical works. You have audiovisual works. Films, for example, will start with a script. Then you will have the film production itself. The film itself is an audiovisual work. It may have music inside. It may have photographs inside. All those are covered by copyright. Then we talked about artistic works. Photographs, my photographer's table are covered by copyright. Illustrations, those people who draw, they are covered by copyright. Sawa. The people who do carvings, the carvings would be covered by copyright. The people who do basketry, you make baskets, they'll be covered by copyright. And all those things, those are artistic works. Then you will have computer software and programs. The apps you have on your phone are covered by copyright. A computer program that you now use in a hospital, when you go to hospital, the doctor is talking to you, but typing in his computer, sends you to the lab person is able to get your information. That's a computer software they're using. It is covered by copyright. So copyright, no, just doesn't cover music alone. It will also cover graphic designers and all those people. You, the guy in pink, I don't remember your name, Bosire. What was your second question about? The second thing you were asking? Oh, regulation of money. Oh yeah, that was an interesting one. Okay, so first you talked about a small graphic designer. Guys, you need to be aware of anything that you participate in, okay? So sometimes when there is a call, maybe an institution calls for musicians to write a song for the institution. We say Kekobo is 20 years. Now we are making a call for you to write a song for Kekobo. You need to understand what are the dynamics of that call. Be very sure to sign a contract, but be very sure to know what the contract says, who owns the copyright. Mr. Kaindo told you in a commissioned work, the person commissioning you will own the copyright. So if I do a call for logos and you come and design and you win, I will own the copyright in the logo. However, if you have a logo that I go and pick online and start using for my organization, that is infringement. You can take me to court. You can also come and report at Kekobo, and we will also be able to take action. We had several questions. I am thinking we start from our director. You can use that, I think. Director, yes. Kuna maswali mingi maulizwa ya CMOs
I've
na nini.
taken note of that.
Yes.
Good afternoon once more.
Good afternoon.
The good book says, my people perish because of lack of
Knowledge.
Now, the reason why we are here is to make you understand who we are as Kenya Copyright Board. The Kenya Copyright Board is a state parastatal whose mandate is to administer matters relating to copyright and related rights. It's a government agency. The CMOs, Corrective Management Organization, are private entities which are registered under Companies Act. And the purpose for which they are registered is for them to be able to have all the artists registered with them for purposes of enabling those individual artists to collect money from the users of copyright work. Mwanyugure, copyright is a government entity. The CMOs that my brother is talking about, those are private agencies or private entities. And they come in that they are registered, they come to us, the CMOs come to the government to be able to get license for them to operate. Hapo tuko pamoja? So without Kenya Copyright Board registering or licensing those CMOs, they cannot operate. They cannot come to Kisii and collect money from the copyright users. Now, we have been having challenges with those CMOs that purport or that represents your interest. Most of you have said that you are members of MCSK, you are members of PAF, PRISC, or CAM, or PRISC, or members of CAMP, that's Kenya Association of Music Producers, or Music Copyright Society of Kenya, or Performers Rights Society of Kenya. Those are entities. Government inakuja kwa ajili ya kuensure that when they come to you, my brother Makabe, you have signed with them. You don't, when you are a member of MCSK or PAF, PRISC or CAMP, it's you as an individual, as an artist. And why you are going there is that they have the potential of representing larger group of your interests, your music. They have offices that they can be able to deal with it and monitor your music. So as we give, we have conditions that we have set for purposes of enabling them to register. Number one, we tell them, give us members of you, who are your members. Now, when they give us, during registration, during licensing, we tell them, give us a list of all your members. Why do we require a list of all the members? So that we know that when they're registered, when they're collecting loyalties, who are they going to distribute this money to? That's number one. Number two, they give us what you call ratio, share ratio, kind of distribution ratio on how, formula, not ratio, formula on how this money is going to be distributed. Now, upon the other factors that are there under, if you check copyright regulation, there are terms and conditions for licensing. Once we are satisfied that they have met all the requirements, then we license them. Once you have licensed them, it's their duty, because they have the license, to come or to walk across the country and collect for the use of those who are using their music or your music, members' music. So that at the end of every period, or at the end of every 3 months, or 6 months, or 1 year, they are required to come to us and account how much have they corrected, how much have they set aside for purposes of distributing to their members because of that particular register. Since the CMOs were formed, I can, from the records that we have, most of them, they have not been distributing as per the distribution ratio. They are supposed to distribute 70% to the artists and 30% for their own administrative work. That has been a challenge. Now, when they come to us and they have not complied with those requirements, what we do, we don't license them. And when we don't license them,
they are not supposed to operate. They are not supposed to correct for loyalties until they are licensed. But what happens in Kenya? They go to court. Like now, an example is on MCSK. They go to court, they get an order of the court, and they come around correcting, which we have changed in court, that they cannot be able to do that without a license to enable them to come to the members of the public for purposes of correction and distribution. Now, this is an issue that is being addressed at the highest level in this country, in the government. So that issue is being addressed. If again, you can be able to remember that His Excellency the President on Jamhuri Day last year, he directed that the Kenya Copyright Board, together with eCitizen and the stakeholders, who are the stakeholders? The Kisii artists, the Yako artists, the Kenyan artists, we have a system of correction and distribution of loyalties. That is still being worked on. There will be direction on that particular aspect. So the CMOs have been having that challenge with in terms of the distribution. I'm surprised that you are a member of MCSK and you have never received. They only received 1,500. Nothing. Now, as far as we are concerned, we are the government regulator, we have not licensed MCSK. They are been operating using a court order, which we not once they are operating with the court order. That's a matter that's being in court, and that case is being dealt with at that particular level. So why am I saying this? I'm saying this for you to be able to understand who we are, and you don't have to confuse between the regulator who is in serikali. Imekuja hapa kuwafundisha, kuwapatia mafundisho na on how do you go about helping yourself. Those are private entities that are provided for even in the Copyright Act. But when they don't comply, we don't license them. And they're not supposed to be operating until they get a certificate. Currently, we are working on those regulations on the Copyright Amendment Act to come up with stringent provisions where the artists can come to Kenya Copyright Board and report on all those issues that are affecting them in terms of the copyright. Currently, as it is, you directly complain to the Kenya Copyright Board. We ask them what is it that they have done to ensure that your rights are complied with. I think that particular aspect, you need to be able to get it very clearly. So CMOs are private entities. Kenya Copyright Board is a government entity, is a regulator for purposes of regulating the industry. Then there was another question on, you know, when you talk about copyright, shamba uko nayo nyumbani. Unaona hii simu niko nayo? Simu yangu saizi. Ikipotea ama nisipoitunza vizuri nani? Kuna mtu anayeuliza ikipotea. Kama imepotelea hapa ndani, what am I supposed to do? I report that my phone is lost. This is it. All I report. Now, the police might have the phone. I don't know that I have the phone until what I report. So copyright, which is ni kama cheti chako cha health, kama your title deed, mobile phone, anything you property is your. But the copyright is an intellectual process. So you need to ensure that you protect your right. The first call, your work is protected. So if the government don't know that, my brother, uko na music ngapi? How many? Your composition. Siko ngapi those music that? Yes, you name them, all of them that you have created. They are so many that this is your work. Will the government know? They can't know. So what you need to know is that after this study, you come, even in case you realize that YouTube is not giving you money, but YouTube is a different section, will be able to deal with it. If you realize your neighbor there has taken your music and using as is, then in that case, you come to us and report is using your music. We have the right of investigating. That's why I started by saying we have the police officers, we have investigators who can be able to call. We can summon to our office so that now we try to understand what is it. It's your right to report and inform the government that your music is infringed without you informing us. Do you think you can be able to know? Sasa hivi mko hapa umeacha mang'ombe zenu nyumbani. Ukipata ng'ombe yake imeenda, sio lazima uende kwa polisi. So in the same manner, if you find out that in infringed, it's your duty to come and report to the government. That's why we are going tomorrow to train the police officers on copyright, so that when you go to report to police, they can now be able to assist you. Tuko pamoja? That's the essence of why we are here. So that if you realize their music is on, without your consent, move to police station, report. The police are trained. Come report to us. We have our contacts. Report to us, to Kenya, without even requiring you from you anything. Yours is just to report, give us evidence. This is your work. When you have that, you have given us the evidence, we'll prosecute the copyright, then bring him onto the books. So that is your servant trying to assist you. And I think with this, I want to give kind of, just you can do the issues that they have raised that have not touched. So making them understand. It's very important you understand. Copyright and intellectual property is a very wide area, but as Kenya Copyright Board, we deal exclusively dealing with your creatives, and we are here of enabling to. Now, MCSK are supposed to, once they have corrected the royalties, they are supposed to tools 70% to the artist, 30% administrative work. Last year, we did not license camp, we licensed, but there was a case that went to court, and that license was revoked. As we are speaking now, there's no CM that is supposed to be correcting, other than MCSK who went to court, and they're using that court order, which I have told you we have challenged. We are correcting through order. That's one. Number two, the issue of is being addressed at the government, and the communication will be very soon on how we'll go about ensuring
or a derivative work that qualifies for copyright work. But that act I've talked about, the TK or TC Act, provides that you must also be allowed to, you must get authority to defend or protect that particular work. Popular songs, somebody asked about, they have popular songs which have been used without their permission on the platforms, without their knowledge. I talked about you can make a complaint to those social media platforms. You can also make a complaint to us. So I'm not going to talk too much about that, but there is a process. You make a complaint to us, then we are going to advise on the way forward. Is registration in Kekobo global recognized? I will leave that to my colleague, Mr. Derito, to respond to that. Right to infringement, follow up on the money. Of course, if you can either, if you know somebody has used the work and they have made money out of it, you can always seek remedies either in court, or you can come to the Kenya Copyright Board, where we are going to try to mediate that issue. I think those are the issues have been talked about. So there was a question on who owns copyright between a musician and a producer. Once you have paid that particular person. Remember, I said that the person, the first owner of copyright is the author of that work. And let me throw a spanner into the work so that you can think about it. What if the work is generated by artificial intelligence, AI? An author under the Kenyan law is a natural person. So think about that. If we meet outside there, we can discuss that. When you have approached a producer, if you have paid him, that is a commissioned work. So if you have paid him for production of your work, then that music would actually belong to you. But if there is no contract, then you'll have problems, because if he's the one who has fixed that particular work, he has used his machine, he has used his time, then that copyright work is likely to belong to him. And that is what we have realized happens. These producers will have a contract. They will let you sign. Once you sign, you may have signed away your right. Ensure that you go through the contracts that you deal with. So I'll stop there, probably allow Mr. Derito to talk some.
Thank you, Mr. Kaido. So I'll be very brief. Robert was concerned about whether registration of copyright is recognized globally. The answer is yes. When Kaido was making his presentation, I think he briefly talked about the registration of work, of copyright works. And I think he put across that despite the fact that it is voluntary, there's a lot of benefits, because basically because number one, there's a provision within the Copyright Act that we are required to have we are supposed to have a database of all the authors and their work, and hence the registration process that probably is going there upstairs. And when you get when the process is through, you are given a certificate. So that certificate is a proof of ownership, and in fact, it can be used all across globally. And just to add to that is that the reason and why we encourage you to register your work is there are several benefits. Number one, as I said, is the proof of ownership. With that certificate, it can also be, you can also use it to ensure that it settles a dispute. It assists in settling disputes. Number two, and I'll give you a scenario whereby we have had issues in court, where there are the two parties who are in conflict over a certain work. So basically, going by the experience, the majority of the cases have been settled, by use of that particular certificate. And of course, you can also get a collateral. You can use that certificate as a collateral. You can even obtain a loan. Possibly there are several benefits, but more so that particular the registration of work using that particular certificate is recognized globally. Thank you.
Okay, I will take two questions from Robert. One is distribution and release of any song, your song or your music before registration. So as you have been told that, sorry. So Robert, there are two questions that I will answer. You've asked about distribution and release of your song before registration. So as you've been told that registration is not mandatory, but it will help when there are issues in court. If there is an issue of infringement in court, we normally look at the person who registers, who had registered that, that music. Like kasi yako sasa umeregister. So wakati unakuja report kesi ya infringement, and maybe there is that person ambaye anatumia. So tunaangalia ni wewe umeregister. Hiyo ndio inatusaidia kotini. And then that globally recognized, Kenya is a signatory to the international treaties. One is the Berne Convention, ambaye ina recognize kazi yetu huko ng'ambo. Kazi yetu huko ng'ambo inakuwa protected because we are members of that Berne Convention. Likewise too, kazi ya watu wenye wako Berne Convention tuna protect hapa Kenya. And then that complaint, the issue of complaint, mtu akiwa na issue ya infringement, una complain, unaandika complaint through our email address ambaye ni www.copyright.go.ke. And then tukireceive your complaint, tunaanza investigation. I work at the investigation enforcement department, ama compliance department, where we receive complaints and then we start investigation. If there is that agency that is infringing your copyright work, tunaweza andikia barua and then we summon them to answer to those complaints of infringement. Then after which, kama hawezi jibu hiyo complaint, hapo ndio tunaweza visit hiyo agency. And then we have our hotline number. If you want to call, you call this number 0703 88 5033. 0703 88 5033. So that one is our hotline number, whereby if you don't want to write an email, you can call that number, and then we have our in-charge enforcement who will receive that call and he will attend to you. So thank you. Karani.
Good afternoon. I have one question, and it was in regards to how do I get high numbers in regards to YouTube subscribers. The first, I'll say, as I had earlier mentioned, know your target audience, if it's in terms of age or gender. The location of the people you want to pass your message or your content to. So, like, if you are a Kisii content creator in Kisii town, yeah, you can as well search for Gusii community in Minnesota, USA. Yeah, you link up with them, yeah, and they subscribe to your channel. Yeah, professionalism, how you handle how your channel is. You should be like in regards to your content, you should be neutral. If you seem to be biased, you might lose your subscribers. And finally, as we always see the content creators on YouTube say, subscribe, share, and like. Always insist on that.
Okay. Time factor. Swali ambayo ilikuwa imeulizwa mambo ya maja. Is it possible that Kenya Film Classification Board, Kenya Film Commission, and the Kekobo can be merged together? The process of merger that
the directive that was given through the cabinet is actually a process that is ongoing, but we cannot say that that process has come to an end. So merger is a long process. It's a process that might take time, but I know we'll be able to take your views, whether we can have that being taken into consideration, that the entities that are dealing with creative factor be merged together. But remember, the aspect of the merger is on those entities that are dealing with intellectual property rights. That is the Kenya Industrial Property KIPI, Kenya Copyright Board, and Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Those three entities are the ones that have matters relating to intellectual property rights. Kenya Film Commission and the Kenya Film Classification are sectors in the creative industry that is regulated by Kenya Copyright Board in terms of intellectual property. But that, I have noted your question, whether we can have them together. But again, that is at the highest level, which we can also be able to take up your views. Because of time, Makambo, because of time, I know there is an entertainment team that is out there. If we were to cut short our program so that we give them the opportunity to come in and perform their entertainment, wamesema hata wamekaa paka wamechoka, so that we can be able to close the program and move to the next program. So our MC of the day, ako wapi? You can come and take us to the next level. But now with that, I think we can be able to come to an end. But before we come to the end, I want to hand over to the MC of the day.
Thank you very much, our panel. Let us clap for them as they sit down. Yes, asanteni sana. As we close, please note, after here, we are going for a photo session. The crafted PR is going to guide us where we are going to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Kambanane Cultural Group. Makofi kwao.
Perondero na nyolire gente kiande, perondero na nyolire gente kia. Gwataniriwe na nyolire gente kiande, gwataniriwe na nyolire gente kia. Makwelio kaga kinarara twananane, makwelio kaga kinarara twananane. Mbwate buya to saroro, mbwate buya to saroro, mbwate buya ngo sarore. Nanyoliro mukungu nanyolire gente kia, nanyoliro mukungu nanyolire gente kia. Konye kuliya nanyolire gente kia, konye kuliya nanyolire gente kia. Rubarurwane na nyorige tekianje Rubarurwane na nyorige tekia Mapwerio kaga kinarara twatanan Mapwerio kaga kinarara twatanan Mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya ayo mbwate biya ngosarore Ayato tigaga kinenge tinko gotiga Ayato tigaga kinenge tinko gotiga Ayato tigaga kinenge tinko gotiga Enkoro ya nega kinenge tinko gotiga Enkoro ya nega kinenge tinko gotiga Mapwerio kaga kinarara twatanan Mapwerio kaga kinarara twatanan Mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya ngosarore Ondende biya nantina wanda kulende Ondende biya nantina wanda kulende Mokonyone nantina wanda kulende Mokungone nantina wanda kulende Morugione nantina wanda kulenda ye Morugione nantina wanda kulende Mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya ngosarore mbwate biya nantina wanda kubwate mbwate biya nantina wanda kubwate Rubarurwane nantina wanda kubwate Rubarurwane nantina wanda kubwate Sitikane nantina wanda kubwate Sitikane nantina wanda kubwate Bebikiane nantina wanda kubwate Bebikiane nantina wanda kubwate Babone nantina wanda kubwata ye Babone nantina wanda kubwate Mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya ngosarore Onde meredie nantina wanda meredie Onde meredie nantina wanda meredie Ongire buya nantina wanda koire Ongire buya nantina wanda koire Sweetati nantina wanda koire Sweetati nantina wanda koire Morugione nantina wanda koira ye Morugione nantina wanda koire Mokonyone nantina wanda koira ye Mokonyone nantina wanda koire Sitikane nantina wanda koira ye Betikane nantina wanda koire Mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya ngosarore Mbwato mutwe, totengo mbwato mutwe. Mbwato mutwe, totengo mbwato mutwe. Mbwata maboko, totengo mbwata maboko. Hayo mbwata maboko, totengo mbwata maboko. Mbwato magongo. Mbwato magongo, totenge mbwato magongo. Hayo mbwato magongo, totengo mbwato magongo. Mbwata maguru. Mbwata maguru, totenge kiababa. Mbwata magoro totenge kyababa erero lituko lyenyange kyatata erero lituko lyenyange kyatata enekege ni kinyange kyababa enekege ni kinyange kyababa mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya tosaroro mbwate biya ngosarore Totenge chini kwa chini mbwato magongo Ayendo tenge chini kwa chini mbwato magongo Iteranze buno gasusu nyageria mareko Iteranze buno gasusu nyageria mareko Tumatuma bune kangaro tenge buya Otumatume bune kangaro tenge buya Mina buno mokero tenge buya Omina mine buno mokero tenge buya. Buno mokera oyi wengondio tenge buya. Buno mokera oyi wengondio tenge buya. Bwate buya. Bwate buya gozaroro bwate buya. Ayo bwate buya gozaroro bwate buya. Bwate buya gozarore. Omuimari kuyago tengo tenge buya. Omuimari kuyago tengo tenge buya. Omumwazi kuyago tenga negeria mareko. Omumwazi kuyago tenga negeria mareko. Echikorera nduti cheikire tenga buya. Echikorera buya chigo tenga tenge buya. Abamurandu tibaikire motenge buya. Abamurandu tibaikire motenge buya. Abaitiki bari mari tani totenge buya. Abaitiki bari mari tani totenge buya. Omunyomi buya gotenga jegeria mareko. Omunyomi buya gotenga jegeria mareko. Omuryakari buya gotenga totenge buya. Omuryakari buya gotenga totenge buya.
For photo session, itaenda pale kwa zile stairs za Kamen Park, so we can use these routes ama ile. They are on the ground, they will show you where to go. So thank you very much. It was an honor to have you guys. It was an honor to host you. God bless you.
Thank you, the MC team, for the good work well done. We have come to the end of our awareness session, but before we clear from here, I want to request Makabo, that you come and give us a word of thanks, and then Lilian will be able to give us a closing prayer. Please come for a word of thanks. Thank you very much for the opportunity. God was prepared to give us thanks. And allow me, first, before I say thank you to everyone who came, request that we will be reaching out to your office as artists. Many of us who are here, tusaidie kutafuta, kuna culprit anajiita Kisii All Stars. Wale tumeibiwa na Kisii All Stars. Kama umeibiwa na Kisii All Stars, thank you. Hata hakuna mtu anamjua. So we'll request, na tunaona ameingia Wakenya wengi wenye wako na copy na music. Tutakuja kwa ofisi zenu, tusaidie tafadhali kujua. Then number two, thank you so much for saying that nyinyi ndio mna license ina MCSK ina priest. Pia tukikuja na kesi ya kusema that tunataka kushtaki hawa watu sababu wamekuwa wakitulipia, tafadhali wakili wenu watusaidie tuweze kuwafikisha kotini watulipe. Sawa sawa, thank you very much. And now allow me first and foremost to take this opportunity and thank the government of Kenya. You are to report your bigger vita sana. But at least finally we see something happening that is in favor of us that have been making noise. Thank you very much, Koko. We want to send our heartfelt regards for such a big forum of coming to the ground to meet with the people from the ground Sasa hivi inaweza kuwa ile tu definition ya bottom up, na kama kutakuwa na mkutano wa national kumaliza kaunti zote, at least chagua wasanii wawili watatu. Kikundi kama hii, you realize the presenter wa culture ni inafaa. Chukua wasanii wawili watatu, wapeleke the national platform, wacha pia waonekane. Tusikuwe tu tunaimbiwa vitu zenye hazielewa na tusahau culture. Thank you very much for such a big platform. Number two, allow me thank all the artists, because mngepanga hii mkutano wasanii wasikuje, mngekuja kukiongelesha. So wacha nishukuru wasanii wote ambao wamepata nafasi ya kuingia na kushiriki kwa mkutano huu. I know tukimaliza kutoka hapa, most of them will be so grateful that they attended. I know kuna wale walifeel tunaharibu time kuja hapa, but for those ones who came here, ningeomba tu nipigie makofi kwa attend this forum, sababu ilikuwa ya maana sana. And then finally, kwa yeyote yule ambaye sijataja, our media team, the host wa siku ya leo, na pia kwa wale timu yako ya finance ambao umesema tutahakikishiwa kwamba tukitoka M-Pesa itakuwa inasupport kule nje. Tafadhali asanteni sana. You pia, these people are busy. Some of us tuliacha kazi tukakuja. So for seeing it fit that lazima kila mtu atoke na ile mafuta alitumia kutoka town because you saw it fit, usifanyie town watu wangekuja si wasanii. Wacha Mungu awabariki sana. Mnapoenda Mungu awabariki na tuendelee kupiga usanii. Now that we have an assurance that tutakuwa mnatusupport and kindly. That one request we say, as we fight MCSK, ensure that devolution inafanyika, hata ya hii royalties zina connectiwa to the county level. Itatusaidia sana. Wacha Mungu awabariki.
Before now we finish, I've been requested to ask you people if you can maybe you can scan the QR code and then give us your feedback. We'll greatly appreciate. I thank you for your cooperation. I'm sure the way you can make the money is not how you go back, right? You learn something. Sivyo? Asante sana. Baba tunakushukuru mbinguni, tunasifu jina lako, tunarudi kwa sababu wewe ni baba yetu. Asante Baba kwa sababu umekuwa mwaminifu kwetu, tulipoanza mkutano asubuhi na sasa hivi tumetamatisha. Yale ambayo tuliongea kinyume na mapenzi yako tutakusamehe. Baba yetu, tutakapoondoka enda nasi, kila mtu atakapofika salama, tunasifu jina lako. Endelea kuwa baba yetu kila wakati, nasi watoto wako, ni katika jina la Yesu tunaomba na kuamini. Asante.
Stop recording, lakini endeleeni tu mapishi yako. Wacha kamera zikae.